Hello and welcome into the 230th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody tuning in over on YouTube, I appreciate y'all so much for joining in for the day. If you've never been here before, we talk about the breaking news every day. We go over what the hell's going on in America. It's a fiasco shit show every day. I feel like we get worse and worse breaking news surrounding the nature and the character of the man who is our president, alongside the many various ways he's materially harming this country. Now, if you have been here before, well, then you know that we talk to Trump supporters. We try to change their mind. We get them loaded up into the live stream over on TikTok, and we have conversations to try to sway the electorate base of this country to ensure that come midterms, we're going to have more people in power to limit the power of the presidency, and maybe even just kick his ass to the curb. So that's a whole lot of fun. Now, before we hop into the debates, first and foremost, I actually need to correct the typo in my YouTube title. I misspelled Epstein. But then we're going to go ahead and hop into that breaking news because it's pretty insane, y'all. A new credible accusation has been unearthed from the Epstein files against Donald Trump and Epstein. This is by far the most credible accusation that we've seen from the Epstein files yet against Donald J. Trump. And that's a pretty scary thing. And we don't have my own journalism to thank for this. There's been a couple really good journalists across the country that have been kind of connecting the dots and unearthing what we're about to go over today. So give me one moment here. Like I just said, I'm fixing that typo. And it looks like we're good. Let's go ahead and hop into that breaking news. So inside of the Epstein files, there was an accusation made against Trump that we've known about for some time that said, quote unquote, the survivor, the woman, the girl, her name was redacted, stated that Epstein introduced her to Trump, who then subsequently forced her head down to his exposed male member, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. This is an allegation that has been made against Donald Trump and Epstein that we've now known about for the last month from the Epstein files. Now, the reason why we're talking about this today, around 30 days later, is because there's also an FBI 302 form, which, if you don't know, is the interview paper for when the FBI deems an accusation credible enough to warrant an in-person interview. They'll invite the person into one of their field offices wherever they live, and they ask them about what they allege, and then they write it all down on an FBI 302 form, and it's very formal, and they get the whole testimony down and everything. Now, there's a 302 form in the Epstein files with an interview with one of the survivors, with one of the women or girls, recorded one day before Epstein was found dead in his jail cell. And the vast majority of the contents in this 302 form are redacted. But a journalist was able to point out a couple connections between what we know of this woman who alleged that Epstein introduced her to Trump and then forced her to suck his male member, and the information on this 302 form. So first and foremost, there are biographical details that match that original tip that we just went over, and the FBI 302 form that was filed the day before Epstein was found dead, that is for the most part redacted. Both of them note the woman having a criminal history in South Carolina, as well as they both match public reporting about a South Carolina victim relocated to Vancouver, Washington, close to Seattle. And what we know about the woman on this 302 form that is the same woman who told the FBI that she had been forced to suck Donald Trump's male member is that she actually filed a lawsuit against Epstein in 2020 and then received a settlement from his estate in 2021. You can't get a settlement if you have no evidence. This means that her allegation against Epstein came with evidence and received a settlement from his estate. And that's a fact. And because that these biographical details match from this woman who sued the Epstein estate, the Epstein estate listed on this FBI 302 interview form, and the woman who accused Donald Trump of being forced to suck his male member, shit's getting real. And we're going to continue to talk more and more about this. This isn't quite national headlines as of yet. I mean, this news literally broke right before we went live. And I'm sure that we'll talk about this more in the coming days. But I just thought I'd let you know that this is by far the very most credible accusation that we've seen yet from the Epstein files, because seemingly what we're looking at here is a woman who we know was taken advantage of by Epstein and settled out of court after suing his estate in 2020. Also accused Donald Trump of being forced to suck his male member. And this is on top of all of the other accusations found within the Epstein files, the 30 accusations outside of the Epstein files, the court that concluded Trump raped a woman in 2023, and the recording of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation in 2005. So, folks, I know that we talk a lot about Donald Trump's character on this live stream, the terrible man that he is, and a lot of the Trump supporters who will join this live stream always have something to say about it, saying, Dean, why don't you talk about policy? Dean, why are you always talking about the fact that he's a rapist? Dean, why are you always talking about these different claims of the man he is? And the answer to that question is because it matters. It matters more than you know. All right? Predators shouldn't have power over their prey. Predators should be under the jail. Okay? That's a fact. Predators should definitely not be holding on to the highest ranking position of power available to any human alive, such as the the presidency of the United States of America. And what we're looking at truly is the largest political cover-up of my goddamn life. So we're going to go ahead and hop into those debates right now. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected up and loaded into the live stream. For the 10,000 people watching over on TikTok, I appreciate y'all for being here, alongside everybody that's already tuned in over on YouTube. Before we give the mic to this guest to tell us how the hell they still support Trump, it is so crazy that there are still Trump supporters in this world. I'm going to quickly thank two people over on Super Chat. First and foremost, Anger YouTube. I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get to Anger W's, who says, shit's getting real. Absolutely. I think that this needs to be looked in more. I think that journalists need to be covering this from around the country. And I think that everybody needs to be focusing on this story a little bit more. And I hope by tomorrow, this is one of those national headlines that everybody is concerned about. The Democrats and Thomas Massie in Congress are requesting to go back into the DOJ to look at this 302 form so we can confirm with certainty that it's the same woman who filed the lawsuit against Epstein and the same woman that accused Donald Trump. I think that we need an answer on that from somebody that could access the unredacted files through the DOJ. Jackie, thank you for the $5 as well. He says, I support your mission, Dean. Well, thank you so much for that love, Jackie. At this moment in time, go ahead and take it away. M48, the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us how the hell that you still support Trump, even after everything that we just spent the last, let's see here, 7 minutes and 40 seconds going over surrounding these new, unearthed, credible accusations made against him in reference to the Epstein files and wrongdoing on behest of possibly forcing girls to suck his male member.
That's a tough thing to try to oppose. I'm not going to defend pedophilia or say that it's okay or to say that these accusations shouldn't be looked into. But until they're looked into and investigated and there's full proof, there's an investigation, an investigation has been opened, then we can't say that an accusation is true. You don't know that for certain.
Okay, but listen, if what we're seeing here with this connection between the woman who filed a lawsuit against Epstein settled with them, essentially proving, okay, that she was taken advantage of by Epstein, if this woman also told the FBI that she was forced to do things with Trump, would you believe her?
I don't think it's my position. I mean, if I was on a jury and she came and stated all this information and there was proof behind it, yeah. I mean, listen, dude. I think that America has spent too long not believing victims of violent sexual crimes, especially the survivors of Epstein and his associates. Okay? There has been 2 people that have gone to jail in connection to Epstein. That being Epstein himself and Ghislaine Maxwell. And we know that there were more powerful men involved. Okay? I saw something on my Twitter feed before I went live. And I was thinking about sharing it as a breaking news, but it is just simply too graphic and too horrific, okay, to really delve into on live. It surrounded a file from the Epstein files, a document from the Epstein files with a redacted photo, but it then went on to give an explanation of what the photo encapsulated, which was an image of a naked prepubescent girl being handled in many ways by a lot of adult men in connection to Epstein. None of them have gone to jail, all right?
all of the men who visited the island, none of them have gone to jail. Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, who's sending him emails saying, "Is this the gynecologist, the OBGYN that you took your victims to?" He hasn't gone to jail. So we know that there are other rich and powerful men out there that took advantage of women and girls with Epstein and alongside Epstein that have not been held accountable to the full extent of the law. And I think, from my perspective, if there's like a woman or girl that we know was taken advantage of by Epstein, and then they turn around and they say that they were also taken advantage of by Epstein's best friend, who is sending him letters depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," and then followed up in 2019, days before Epstein died, where he was seemingly sending a letter to Larry Nasser, another very infamous child sex pest, saying that Trump shares their affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive girls. I'm going to believe them, especially considering Trump's own character, with already having a court determine that he raped a woman and already being outed as admitting and boasting about how he would sexually exploit women and girls, saying that he literally found it funny in 2005 when he told Howard Stern that he just barged into their dressing rooms.
Yeah, that's not okay. And I don't want you to think that I don't believe victims. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to believe victims. However, there are individuals who would say things just to say things. I'm not saying that this is one of those cases, but that is there has been
I don't see it.
Issues.
I don't see a survivor of Epstein doing that. No, I truly don't.
I'm not saying with the Epstein situation in particular. I'm just saying there has been situations where you see somebody goes to prison for 20 years, 25 years, and then all of a sudden the victim.
But listen, literally the question that I asked you is if the woman who made this allegation against Trump in connection to Epstein is the same woman, okay, who sued Epstein's estate for Epstein raping her and then settled with him and got money, all right, proving that she was one of Epstein's victims. Of like, this is the woman who said that, you know, she was forced to suck on Donald Trump's male member. Would you believe her? Right? I just truly don't see, okay, a survivor of Epstein's that has already been like verified and confirmed as a survivor of Epstein's, like turning around and lying on the name of, you know, somebody that we knew to be in close proximity and connection to Epstein for so many years, on top of the possession of a character that indicates that they are willing to do things like this. Like Trump, like I said, has already been found guilty by a civil court of law for raping E. Jean Carroll, on top of many other things. Like I don't really think it's too far-fetched to sit here and say, okay, we should definitely believe her if this is true, or like if this is the same woman.
Yeah, no, and I'm on the same page with you. I wouldn't say that it's, you know, not able to be believed. But I mean, they would have to prove their case. Like, yeah, you can believe it, but I mean, hearsay it doesn't work in court.
Okay, so you're just saying it's hearsay. Like, that's insane to me. I don't get it. I truly don't get that perspective. For the reasons so if somebody that we knew was a confirmed survivor of Epstein, also confirmed to saying that Epstein's powerful rich friends did things to her, if they were to accuse Donald Trump, you'd label that as merely hearsay?
It's not me that's labeling it.
I'm asking you about your opinion.
I said that I would believe them.
Okay, so
but I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of if I believe them or not, it would be considered hearsay, because he could say that it didn't happen, and she could say that it did happen.
Okay, but the question is that you said that you would believe them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So do you feel like we have enough evidence to corroborate that this is the same woman due to the fact that they're both living in Washington and they both have a criminal record in South Carolina? Like, how about this? I'm actually going to go ahead and play Aaron Parnas's video on it. I think that he goes over it quite well. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that now.
We have a major development right now. The FBI did interview a credible accuser of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, according to new reporting from Roger Sollenberger, completely undermining Pam Bondi's testimony on Capitol Hill, and completely undermining any claims from Republicans that there was no accusations of wrongdoing on Trump's part. Let's break down Sollenberger's report because it's stunning. So remember this accusation, the first one. I'm not going to read it to you because it is graphic. But it came from an FBI report that we had circulated in the past, we had found. Well, Sollenberger found an FBI 302 form, a write-up, suggesting that an interview with an Epstein victim and her lawyer was conducted on July 24th, 2019. It was entered into the FBI's case files one day before Epstein was found dead in his jail cell on August 9th. Here's the top of the FBI 302 form. see dated August 9, 2019. And Sullenberger found that the biographical details matched the initial tip, which notes a criminal history in South Carolina of the victim. Now here's where it gets more interesting. According to reports about the lawsuit, the victim claimed she had also been by other prominent wealthy men she met in other states, more specifically when Epstein took her to intimate gatherings in New York City. Now look before that. She filed a lawsuit against Epstein, receiving a settlement from his estate in 2021. You don't just get a settlement and win in a lawsuit like that if there's zero evidence. Now that evidence could have been abuse at the hands of Epstein, right? Not of the president. But for several days now, several weeks actually, the Justice Department, even on Capitol Hill, Pam Bondi, said that there was no credible evidence of any accusations against the president. But there was a credible accusation. The FBI investigated it. What happened with that investigation? We don't know. The tip, the FBI 302, was logged one day before Epstein died in his cell. I encourage you to go read Sullenberger's full report on his Substack.
So what are your thoughts?
Is it a high probability that it is the same woman? Yes. But do we know for certain? No. Until that woman is asked and identified, we don't know that it was her.
Okay. So you said if it was the same woman, you would believe her. And you just stated that there's a high probability that it is the same woman. So you think that there's a high probability that Donald Trump did do this with a girl?
Not for certain. But I mean, it's a possibility.
But you just said high probability.
Reasonable. I did say that.
So you think there's a high probability that Trump did this to a
If it were the same woman who did win a suit against Epstein, and the biographical details match, then I mean, he's in the files. You don't really see all the information related to it because so much of it is blocked out. However, it definitely is a possibility. And if it is a possibility and it did happen,
but you just said high probability. So which one is it?
Right,
is it a possibility or is that high
probability? And a possibility.
Because you already told me, okay, that if it was the same woman, you would believe her. And then after watching that video, you went on to say that you think there's a high probability it's the same woman. So in other words, what you're saying here is because if it was the same woman, you'd believe her, and there's a high probability that it's the same woman, you think there's a high probability that Donald Trump did this to a little girl.
Correct. But a probability and a possibility, whether it's high or whether it's low, is still a possibility.
Well, I mean, listen, I agree. I think that we need Thomas Massie. I think that we need Rokana. I think that we need Jamie Raskin. I think that we need somebody in Congress to go back into the DOJ and look at their unredacted Epstein files, find this FBI 302 form, compare and contrast that to the name of the woman that gave that tip to the FBI saying that she was forced to suck Donald Trump's male member, and then publicly exclaim from the floor of the House with Congressman with congressional immunity that that's either the same person or not the same person. I agree. I think that somebody from Congress needs to do that immediately, and I'd actually agree with you that right now there's a high probability that it's the same person. But I'd say very high probability that it's the same person. And because there's that incredibly high probability, I'd say that it's actionable for people like you and me to kind of take a step back and to reconsider our support for the guy if we still support him at all. Considering the fact that this isn't too far out of what we already know to be true of his character. You know, like this whole time you've been talking about, if it goes to court and it's proven, you'll believe it. But we've already had a similar case to what we're discussing right now go to court where he's been found guilty, like with the E. Jean Carroll Grape civil lawsuit in 2023. What are your thoughts there?
Is that the one where he paid a settlement, but it was out of the statute of limitations, so it wasn't criminal?
No, that's not where he paid a settlement. That's where he was found guilty by the jury verdict and then forced to give her money.
Hold on one second. He wasn't found guilty. He was found liable.
So I take guilty to colloquially mean the same thing as being held liable, because when I use the word guilty, I just mean found to have done it. And of course, liability inside of a civil court is being found to have done it.
Well, or being yeah, I guess responsibility is the same. So I'm not going to argue that. Yeah, no, I mean, I can't argue that. And of course, that's not the person that you would want at the helm of the most powerful nation in the world.
So because it went through the court process and because the jury held him liable, or as I said, found him guilty, do you believe this is something that Trump did to E. Jean Carroll?
I haven't viewed the files personally and related to the case. I don't know if they're public or not. But I mean,
Yeah,
if the
they are
guilty,
public.
Yeah, I'll have to review. Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and go through the whole court case because my opinion is not going to matter. But I mean, if that is what the jury decided, a court of appointed peers found him liable or guilty, then yes, that's how it works. He would be found liable or guilty.
Okay, so you believe that Trump is a rapist?
Well, okay, that's.
Because that's what he was found liable or guilty for. So, I mean, and then you just said that you would agree with the verdict of the jury. So just to clarify here, you believe that Trump is a rapist, right?
I'm not going to say that.
Why not?
Because that's a powerful statement.
Okay, it is a powerful statement, but it's a powerful statement corroborated by facts that we just agreed to.
Right. Is he on like the, I don't think there's a rapist list.
I'm confused. What are you saying?
Because there's like a pedophilia list.
Where did
like in your name when you're murdered. I said I'm not sure if there would be like a rapist list.
I don't know what you're asking me. I have no clue what you're asking me about a rapist list.
I'm not going to classify him as that.
I'm just
he was found liable, but I'm not classifying
considering the fact that that's what a court found, why won't you call him that?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, well, I think what you're experiencing here is cognitive dissonance because you're the one that offered up the framework of, well, I think that these allegations need to be processed through the criminal justice system. And ultimately, if a court does find Donald Trump guilty or holds him liable for one of these violent sexual crimes, then you'll ultimately agree with the survivor and you will agree that Donald Trump is guilty of these actions. Okay, I then give you an example, okay?
Yeah, I would say that
of a survivor doing exactly that. Okay, where she accused Donald Trump of engaging in this action and then took it to court, and then he was found guilty by the unanimous jury of 9. And in accordance with your logic, obviously you, I, and everyone else should now believe that Donald Trump is a rapist. But it seems like you are the only person that is now rejecting that Donald Trump is a rapist.
I don't need to say that. I can think that.
So you think it, but you won't say it out loud?
Well, I don't need to say it in a room of 15,000 people.
Okay, but do you think it?
TikTok Live. Yes, if.
Okay, so just to clarify, you think that Trump is a rapist, but you're unwilling to say that out loud.
I don't need to say it to a room of 15,000 people.
Okay, but just to clarify, that's where you're at. You think he's a rapist, but you feel uncomfortable saying it out loud.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's. I just don't think it's the appropriate thing to say on the live.
Why not?
Because I think there's other things to talk about on a live besides just whether or not I believe that he is this term or not.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we could talk about here, but this is one of the things that we could talk about, and it happens to be the one thing that we're talking about right now.
Yeah. No, and I agree. Okay. Yes, if all these things did happen and he was found guilty, then yes, that would be the ultimate result is that, yes, he would be a rapist.
Do you understand that right now you're just experiencing cognitive dissonance? Like, that's all that this is. Right now what you're experiencing is a separation between your emotional faculties and your rational faculties. Because you are engaging in the use of your rational faculties and concluding that Donald Trump is guilty of raping a woman. However, you're being overwhelmed by your emotional biases, resulting in this very interesting and unique form of cognitive dissonance, where you'll actually like verbally state and literally tell me that this is what you think, this is what you agree to, but for whatever reason, because of this cognitive dissonance, you're unwilling to say it out loud. So like I've never encountered that before. I guess I appreciate you for your transparency and the fact that you agree that it's true and you think this, but like I find it like really like odd and weird that you're unwilling to say it out loud. But now that you know this information, does this change anything about your support for Trump? Is this somebody that you still want to be running the country?
Yeah, but my problem was saying that, like I mentioned, if he was found guilty, right? Okay, then as a whole, he's found liable. He wasn't found guilty of rape. He was just found liable for damages. So technically,
so he was actually found liable for rape itself. Okay, essay. That's one of the two things that he was held liable for. He was held liable for the damages of his defamation after he said the allegation was false and called E. Jean Carroll crazy, but he was also specifically held liable or found guilty for raping her.
Yeah, but like I haven't reviewed every. I mean, I haven't had a chance to look at it, so I'm not going to argue on a topic or debate a topic that I don't have the answer to.
Okay, but listen, yeah, we actually don't need to have much more conversation specifically about that grape case because you've already affirmed that you agree with its outcome and you think this is something that Donald J. Trump has done. So now that you've explicitly agreed that you agree or think that this is something that Trump has done, you think that Donald Trump has raped a woman, does this change your support for him as president?
Oh, that's a good question. Is my confidence in him go down? Yes. Well, am I not going to support the president that's in the chair? No. When you're in the chair, I'm going to support you through and through because you're in the chair and I want what's best for America.
Well, see, that's actually preying on the downfall of America. It's very anti-American to hold on to that perspective, and I'll share with you why. Because we live in a democracy where our elective representatives are supposed to represent the interests of the people. And we don't hold on to this view in America that those who have power should be able to maintain that power indefinitely and do whatever the hell they want for it. No, we don't live under a dictatorship, okay? We don't want to live under fascism or this tyrannical rule of a state that holds unilateral power and they can do whatever the hell they want with it. And see, the thing here is that the hidden check and balance of any well-functioning democracy would be the social support for or against the things those in power are doing from the people. So when you are one of the people and you're ushering the statement, or more so the sentiment, that you will support those in power regardless of what they do, then they no longer have that incentive from the people to act in accordance with their interests, because now the people are willing to support those in power even if they act out of accordance with their interests. You should never blindly support those in power. You should only support those in power if they are benevolently furthering the interests of the constituents of the country in respect to the betterment of all people. Because under your view, we could have a president that says, fuck the Constitution, we're going to throw that out the window. Fuck the checks and balances, we're going to throw that out the window. You know what? I think that we should abolish the 13th Amendment, bring slavery back. Let's go ahead and turn around, invade our allies. And let's just go ahead and, I don't know, kill all low-income Americans. But then you'll still be holding on to that perspective of, well, I support them as president merely because they have and are holding on to that position of power. It is just a mindset that ushers and inches us closer to a unilateral, totalitarian, fascist-esque control of a person or a governing body of people over the state and over us.
Well, let's be clear. America has never freed
You're really far away from your microphone.
I apologize. Let's be clear. America has never freed themselves to slavery. It's always been around. It's just in the form of prisons now.
You're right on that, but I agree with you on that. But I don't think that really responds to my point.
Well, I'm still not understanding how he's not having the people in mind for the betterment of the country. I don't you can't tell me okay, we're not pushing allies away. We actually made allies pour more money into our collective group. We had an ally that was going to turn to China, and we said, if you do that, this is going to be the issue that you're going to face. Oh, we're not going to do that anymore. Now we're loyal to you again.
So we are absolutely pushing our allies further away. Absolutely. I mean, he literally asked the military to... He literally asked the military to draft a plan of invasion for Greenland, which is a part of NATO. We saw the Danish Kingdom, Sweden, Norway, the UK, France, Spain, and Canada all then send troops into Greenland. We saw that the Prime Minister of Canada came out and said that, well, if this happens, we might have to invoke Article 5 in the NATO treaty and literally go to World War III with America, okay? I mean, just today, okay, we saw a meeting at the Munich Council in Germany amongst pretty much all European leaders holding a conversation about what they're going to do to stand up to the tyranny of Donald Trump and the United States of America under Donald Trump. That literally happened today, okay, on top of the statements issued from President Macron over in France months ago, stating that it may be time to unleash this economic bazooka against America if they go forward with their attempted takeover of Greenland. He is absolutely distancing ourselves from our allies. And this isn't, a conspiracy theory. It's not something that we could kind of reason by looking at this set of circumstantial evidence, but it's rather something that is being explicitly said by our allies. It is rather something that is being explicitly said by other countries in NATO, by all the countries that I just listed off. It is a fact that he is pushing us further away from our allies.
Reasonable, but I won't. I wouldn't say that just because of our desire to obtain Greenland, one for the minerals, the second for world defense. I think it was an issue because they thought America was overstepping. However, it has everybody's best interest in mind.
No, absolutely not. So you're
How
attempting
do
to
you
argue
figure?
that you don't really care about Donald Trump's like desire to like forcefully take over Greenland because you think it's in the interests of the United States of America. First and foremost, you're just literally echoing the underlying thesis of all theft ever. You're saying if we steal it, it would benefit us. That's
not
why
stealing it.
people steal. That's well, let me clarify here. That's literally why people steal. Like an example I gave months ago before I got a toaster is at the time, my girlfriend really wanted a toaster. So if I were to walk into my neighbor's house and steal their toaster and bring it over to my house, it would significantly benefit me and my girlfriend. But does that somehow justify the theft? Absolutely not. So then when
Do
you
you not
start this
remember
on a
what Trump
dialogue
said
of saying, well, look at all these benefits that Greenland would give us to do with worldwide security and access to more minerals. All right, well, even if what you're saying there is true and it would benefit us to steal Greenland, that doesn't matter because that's the underlying thesis to all theft. In fact, I wouldn't expect Donald Trump to want to steal it unless it were to have some benefit for us.
It's not going to be stolen if it's given.
Well,
He
it's
even
not going to be
said-
given, and Donald Trump wanted to
He
steal
even
it.
said at a NATO conference, he goes, I don't want to use military action. I don't have to use military action. I don't
Yeah,
want
but I won't
and
rule it off
won't."
the table. And in fact, I'm asking my military to draft up a plan for the militant invasion of the country.
Because he said they of course his staff came. Do you want all options? Yes, all options. Awesome. We're going to give you all options. That's one of the options.
Well, the introduction of that option serves as a term for coercement if a deal were to be made, so it'd still be theft. And B, I mean, the Danish kingdom made it clear to Donald Trump like 4 months ago that they never sell or give Greenland to America, and then they were backed up by every other country in NATO. So the only option that does lie on the table is an attempted forceful militant takeover of the country with their own military.
But we haven't done that.
Right, I know, because if we did,
Because we're going to
then
come to a
Donald Trump
deal.
would be over and the United States would fall, like genuinely. They actually, NATO really forced their hand well on the Greenland issue. They made Donald Trump submit, and I thought it was great because what they did
How did he
is
submit?
they sent... yeah, but I'll explain it right now. Because what NATO did in response to Donald Trump's threat of a military takeover of Greenland was to send their troops into Greenland and threaten to invoke Article 3 if America were to invade. To
Do
ensure...
you realize how many troops they sent?
Can you please allow me to finish speaking?
Go ahead.
Okay, so they sent just a handful of troops over to Greenland and then said and threatened that if Donald Trump were to invade with the military, that they'd invoke Article 5 of the NATO Alliance Treaty, which would lead to World War III. And what they did that was really smart is they basically forced the only option for a takeover of Greenland to involve a war, a full-out war. Okay, they said in order for you to take over this country, you're going to have to come in here. You're going to have to at least kill some troops from Spain, some troops from France, some troops from Canada, some troops from Sweden, some troops from Norway, and some troops from the Danish kingdom. So once you kill some troops from all those countries, then all of a sudden you're in a war with Canada, you're in a war with France, you're in a war with Norway, you're in a war with Sweden, you're in a war with the Danish kingdom, you're in a war with the UK, and you're in the war with the rest of the NATO alliance. And because they would force it to be that war, therefore they're also forcing that military action to require congressional approval, because remember, Congress is the only body that has the ability to declare war, and under the War Times Power Act of 1978, even if they were to do this war and engage in it unofficially without the approval of Congress, they still need congressional approval for that military action within the first 60 days after it starts, and Congress would never approve that war because it's not in the interest of the American people, and the American people disapprove of it, especially right now before midterms. They'd lose their seats and they'd be fucked. And by that, they forced Donald Trump to submit, because although our military is stronger than the troops that were deployed in Greenland, it doesn't matter because we wouldn't have the approval to use that military because Congress would never give Trump the go-ahead. And that's how they got Donald Trump to submit. That's how they got Donald Trump to back down. And that is a glorious example of why and how our allies can be so incredibly powerful, even against the tyranny that we see downstream from the Trump administration, and why just earlier today, they met and had a conversation at the 62nd Munich Council about how to counteract the authoritarianism that we see on the rise in America under Trump's leadership. They actually did really good with that one. I was really proud to see NATO. Like, I mean, I think that they did great.
I can understand their action and what their goal was, but let's not act like they sent full fleets. They just sent 5-10 guys apiece. However,
they didn't need to send full fleets. You kill 5 or 10 of their guys, yeah, you're at war with them. All of a sudden, you need a congressional approval. Congress won't approve it, and Donald Trump is stun-locked. Literally gridlocked. He can't do anything.
There wouldn't be a NATO without America.
and there one. I don't think there'd be America without NATO. I think that we have built our country to be so strong, reliant on our allyships, specifically the transatlantic allyships, in which we are now seeing crumbling under the Trump administration.
Where have we relied on NATO for independence in America?
The independence and strength of America is built on our global partnerships and allyships to build our own country. And by the way, when have we ever relied on NATO? Sure, 9/11.
Reasonable. That was probably the last time, probably the only time that we truly relied on NATO.
So are you basically saying that you're okay with just NATO falling and our transatlantic partnerships just going away?
I don't think that it's an absolute necessity to the survival or the strength of the United States.
Right. So you want NATO to fall. You want to lose our allyships. You want to invade other countries. You want to conquer their land and violate the right to self-determination of the people.
Do you understand why NATO was formed?
Well, I mean, just listen to yourself, bro. Like, listen to yourself. Like, you were just supporting mask off authoritarianism. I don't know how MAGA got this far gone. Okay, what are your
I said
thoughts?
I voted for Biden on his last election.
I have no clue what led you to vote for Trump in 2024, and I definitely see that since then you've fallen victim to the propaganda. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump's mask-off attack on the Constitution?
The last administration.
One moment. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump's mask-off attack on the Constitution? Checks and balances. Where?
Give me the specific example.
Sure. One specific example would be his attack on the 14th Amendment when he tried to rewrite the 14th Amendment with an executive order, which told the world that he thinks that he's above the Constitution and the law of the land. Another explicit attack on the Constitution was when he said just a matter of weeks ago that he wants to nationalize the midterm elections in blue states. He wants a federal government to control them. However, Article 2 of the Constitution explicitly grants that power to the states, not the federal government. Another mask-off attack on the Constitution was his attack on the first article less than a couple days ago, where he said if Congress doesn't pass this voter ID law, he's going to do it anyways, basically saying that he has the power vested in Congress to pass new law from the executive branch of our government. Another mask-off attack on our Constitution is when he said that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. That's literally a quote from Trump. That's an attack on our First Amendment. Mask-off attacks on the Second Amendment of his would include telling his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for all law-abiding trans-American citizens. That was so blatantly in disrespect and disregard to the Second Amendment that even the NRA spoke out against it. Mask-off attack with the 10th Amendment when he illegally deployed the National Guard in Illinois, and then the Supreme Court was like, man, in our opinion, that violates the 10th Amendment. Mask-off attack on the 22nd Amendment with him saying that maybe he wants to run for a third term. There's ways to get it done, even though the 22nd Amendment literally says absolutely fucking not. You can never do that. I mean, mask-off attack on just, a core American values, like when he called for the execution and said that the 7 Democrats in Congress literally need to be publicly executed and hung because they told our military that they have the right to disobey any unlawful orders that are directed to them by Trump if he does. Also the erosion of our checks and balances and civil electoral processes on J6. But you just said something. Do I feel like that's an issue? Do I feel like what's an issue?
You don't think it's an issue for members of our federal government to tell the military members to disobey orders?
Well, in fact, not only do I not think it's an issue, I think it's their obligation. I think it's their patriotic obligation as representatives of this country to remind members of our military to abide by their oath and follow the Constitution. I'd say the only people that would take issue with representatives of this country reminding the military to abide by their oath and follow the Constitution would be anti-American traitors.
Isn't the first, I think part of the, when a military member takes his oath, is that he will obey and execute all orders given by the President of the United States.
No, that's actually not true. It's all lawful orders given by the President of the United States.
Yeah.
They're specifically told by the UMCJ to disobey unlawful orders.
Yeah, so why would it even be an issue? Why does it even need to be said? If that was their oath that they take, why does it need to be reminded on public television during a commercial?
Because of Donald Trump's attacks on the Constitution and unlawful orders directed not just to members of the military, like the National Guard, deploying them in Illinois in violation of the 10th Amendment, unlawful orders directed towards the Constitution with the use of executive orders, like the one in the 14th Amendment, to when he attempted to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants, or unlawful orders to the Department of Homeland Security, where they now have the green light to arrest people under typical circumstances with no judicial warrant in violation of the federal law or Constitution, or barge into people's houses with no judicial warrants, once again in violation of the federal law and the Constitution. That's why it was so important for them to remind the people.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Do you agree? Like, obviously, because of Donald Trump's attack on law and order, the erosion of our checks and balances, federal law and the Constitution, that obviously it was a good thing for them to remind members of the military to uphold their oath?
I don't think it was necessary to remind the military members because military members know whether or not to obey a lawful or unlawful order, which, hold on. That shit's ridiculous. My God. That dude was a street away. Stop revving your engine.
Jesus Christ. Like, this is crazy. You're literally saying, listen, Dean, I understand that Donald Trump is a mask-off authoritarian, has eroded our checks and balances, has attacked the Constitution, and given illegal orders in multiple scenarios. But I really do think that the 7 Democrats in Congress that urged our military to disobey any unlawful orders that they're given by Trump are, like, wrong. Like, that's, once again, just, like, so anti-American, dude.
I just don't think it's necessary to do so because military members do know what's lawful or unlawful orders, and their commanding officers will let them know whether or not they're going to follow.
No, obviously they need to be reminded the same way you need to be reminded. All right? Obviously they need to be reminded the same way Trump supporters across this country need to be reminded. I think that it's actually really important for every single American citizen to be reminded, okay, that A, it's not normal, and B, it is illegal and like dictatorial what we see downstream from the Trump administration. Everybody needs to be reminded that we are watching authoritarianism in practice in modern American history right now, including members of our military.
Reasonable, Dean. I'll tell you this.
I mean, do you agree? Do you agree that the cornucopia of examples that I just gave you do amount to the Trump administration actively practicing authoritarianism?
I would say that they're pushing the bounds quite a bit.
But is that a red line for you? When the president starts attacking the Constitution, when the president starts attacking Congress and congressmen and women, when the president starts eroding the separation of power between the 3 branches of government and attacking our civil and electoral processes and destroying federal law and ignoring it too, that's a president that nobody should support. And honestly, they should be kicked out of office immediately for the legal, social, and moral sake of this country.
I would say he's trotting on the line, but I think the certain things that he's done have been done for a reason.
Jesus, dude. Exactly. So now you're saying that we can disregard the Constitution for a reason. He can position himself as a dictator for a reason. Listen, so what is that reason? The ultimate betterment of this country?
Well, the judicial warrants in particular.
1 second. What is that reason? The ultimate betterment of this country. Is that what you'd argue there?
I mean, America first all the time.
Right, the ultimate betterment of this country. Question, in the next election, what would ultimately better this country better? Gavin Newsom winning the presidential election or J.D. Vance winning the presidential election?
J.D. Vance, 100%.
Okay, so if Gavin Newsom won the next presidential election, fair and square, and then Donald Trump once again disregarded the Constitution and argued it was for the ultimate betterment of this country if he were to install J.D. Vance as president, even though he lost the election, would you ignore that?
There would have to be a reason. There would have to be some severe thing going on in America or in the world for that to happen.
But would you ignore it? Because that was the argument that you just gave. You just said that you don't care Donald Trump has placed himself above the Constitution as it would relate to the first article, the second article, the 14th Amendment, the first, second, 10th, or 22nd. Okay, so would you care if Donald Trump positioned himself above our Constitution as it would relate to our civil and electoral processes and literally installed J.D. Vance as president after he lost the election to Gavin Newsom because you think that J.D. Vance would make a better president than Gavin Newsom?
He wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, that's not even.
I mean, you're not answering my question. It's like it is clearly a hypothetical question that I'm asking
but we
you to
can talk
test the
about
principles that you've
hypotheticals
set
till
forth.
the
We
sun
can talk
goes
about
down.
hypotheticals until the sun goes down. In fact, we will. So please answer the question I just asked you.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, there's no need for me because he wouldn't appoint J.D. Vance because if
Answer my question. If he did,
would retain
would you
power.
say if he did, would you say that this is somebody who should be removed from office at once because he positioned himself above the Constitution, or would you say that you don't really care because it's for the ultimate betterment of the country?
He would need to be removed.
Okay, so if Donald Trump violated the Constitution in reference to our civil and electoral processes, he would need to be removed. So why don't you hold that same energy if he needs to be removed when he violates the first article, the second article, the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 10th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment, and sets forth an unprecedented erosion of the separation of power between the executive branch of Congress, the legislative branch of Congress, and the judicial branch of Congress, with calling for the deaths of active congressmen and women, placing himself above Congress, saying that he has the ability to pass laws through the executive branch, or placing himself above the second article of the Constitution and states' rights by saying that we should be nationalizing elections from nationalizing the elections from the state level to the federal level.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise going on here. I'm going to need you to repeat that. But before you repeat that, before you do, what about that Democrat? I don't know if he was a congressman or a senator that's running for office that's running on I will kill him. Are you familiar with that? He said, I'm not going to kill him literally, but I'm going to kill him. I'm going to draw up articles so he'll be either shot or hung, whatever it is, executed by the government.
Who's this? Who's running on this?
Look it up. I don't know the name off the top of my head. I just saw it in the news the other day.
So there's a Democrat that is running for office. Okay.
Yes.
On trying to impeach him and then charge him with treason punishable by death.
Yes. I'm so serious. Hold on.
I'm actually going to ask you to go back.
Eli or Ellie Forehand is his name.
Yeah.
Democrat. He's running for attorney general.
Say his name one more time, just so everyone hears it.
For Elliot, Eliot, Forhan. Elliot Forehand. Go ahead, look it up.
Elliot Well, okay.
Go ahead, look it up.
I appreciate you for that question. Elliot Forehand. Now, I don't think I'm going to give my opinion on that because this is an NBA level pivot away from the question that I'm asking you for the last 5 minutes that you've been too afraid to answer. Elliot Forehand.
Come on, it's that one. That's a good one.
It's a pivot away from what I asked you, so I won't be answering that.
All right. Hey, Dean, I'm going to tell you this. I got to start cooking dinner, but I so appreciate our conversation today. I am so happy that you pulled me up here. I have been waiting for this for a while. I didn't do the best job because the first 10 minutes I wasn't educated on the topic, but I appreciate the conversation. And I do appreciate you having these conversations with other Americans.
So you're leaving. All right, man. Have fun cooking dinner, dude.
I've had the oven and I have my pot boiling for like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I just don't want to make a bunch of noise when I'm running everything around.
Have fun.
But I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
You take care. Unfortunate, bro. You know, listen, I think I've really locked in the arguments to do with the authoritarianism. Like, I think, honestly, we should probably spend some more time than we already do on live talking about the authoritarianism argument because I feel like I've really got it locked in. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Holy crap. Dean actually invited me up. That's crazy work.
Yeah, what's
How
up,
you
man? Do you
doing,
support
Dean?
Trump? I'm doing all right. Are you MAGA?
Of course not, man. Why would I support somebody who doesn't support me?
You know what? Based. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. And please, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio over on TikTok and Venmo. Pin message over on YouTube. Handles at the top of the phone screen. And I get 100% of the proceeds over there compared to like the 30% on TikTok and YT. So just keep that in mind. But let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Danielle? Danielle's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Marco loaded up into the box right now, folks. We got Marco loaded up into the box. We also get Keegan loaded in. Real quick, sorry, while we got Keegan joining, there's one person over on Super Chat that I'd like to thank. Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros. I appreciate you so much, Luna. It's good to see you. I want to see 240 Luna W's. He says, Collar, the U.S. was the only country who ever called NATO for help and for 20 years. How is Greenland better protected by the U.S. alone versus all NATO countries taking Greenland against the wills, like Russia taking back Alaska? Or, like Russia literally invading Ukraine. Thank you so much for the 24 euros, Luna. I appreciate you so much for that kindness. Show some love to Luna down below in that comment section while we're still looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and hopefully give us a piece of their mind. But folks, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to keep it real with y'all. It's been really hard to find Trump supporters who are down for a debate as of recently. They just haven't been as motivated to come up here and give me a piece of their mind. I think it's because, we've really got our arguments on lock. Or maybe the fact, or just the simple fact that there's significantly less Americans who are still supporting them. Hi. Do you support Trump?
Yep. I'm a Trump supporter.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay. Would you say it's like normal or abnormal to have pictures saved in your phone of other men with, a gag in their mouth that was generated by AI?
Normal.
You'd say that's very normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say that's weird. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up instead of the queue of your MAGA. Y'all already know the rules. We got that next guest loading up here right now. We got Johnson connecting into the box, as well as Gala. Thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Gala. Thank you. Show some love to Gala down below. Folks. I appreciate you so much for that love. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. Well, you're obviously throwing on a fake Southern accent, so I got to go to kick you out right now.
Hey, fuck!
Let's go. Yeah, he was about to say some crazy shit. Happy I kicked him. Moving on to the next guest, GJ right now. Thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents over on Venmo. Gala. Show some love to Gala. Same thing with Phoebe. Thank you so much for the $17 over on Venmo. God. Thank you so much for that kindness, Phoebe. Let's show some love to Phoebe down below in the chat for the 17 who says, you can keep this message private. Okay, I will keep that private. I'll read that to myself. Thank you so much for the $17 donation, Phoebe. I sent you an invite to unmute. Feel free to turn back on that microphone. Hi, welcome into You Support Trump.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, could you turn off that TV in the background?
Hold on, let me change the room.
Okay, yeah, while you're doing that, I'm going to put you back on mute and then thank a couple other people. Olivia, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Same thing to Zachary. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says, thank you so much for educating everybody. I love to scroll across your lives on TikTok all the time. Well, thank you so much, Zachary. And then Michael. Holy fuck, man. Thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Michael, the GOAT, is back. I hope that you've been doing well, Michael. All the love of the world to you. Thank you so much for your unending kindness. Seriously, dude. You've been so kind to me, Parker and Santana. I appreciate you so much from the bottom of my heart, man. Michael with the $150 says, good to see you, Dean. Hope you're doing well. Honestly, I feel tired today. I feel a little out of it. But, I've been worse, so I guess I am doing all right. Thank you so much for the love. Dude, I mean, it's just insane. I'd really appreciate it if we could get at least 2,000 Michael W's in the chat. Thank you so much, man. Then same thing goes to JD and Renate. Thank you both for the 5. And it looks like we are all caught up over on Venmo. I think that we need to quickly catch up over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $20. SJ, who says, just sending some love. Hope you had a great Valentine's Day with your precious girlfriend. Love you, man. I love you too, SJ. It's good to see you again. I know that you were in here like 2-3 days ago. And yeah, we had a really good Valentine's Day. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get to our SJWs. And then 1,000 Evelyn W's for the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy crap, y'all. Michael and Evelyn, y'all are going crazy today. Thank y'all both so much for the love. Evelyn with $100 says, keep up your incredible work. Endless thanks. Evelyn, this is like your 5th, 6th, 7th time dropping some massive fucking love. Just know that I really fucking appreciate you. I know that I say that every time, but I mean it. And thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Evelyn W's. I'd also like to thank Joey. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, bro, this has got to be the most progress I've ever seen you made with a MAGA supporter. He's so close to getting it. This shit gives me hope, dude. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the $20, Joey. And that was probably before that last guy said that he just had to randomly dip and leave, which was a big letdown. But thank you so much. Same thing goes to Tia. That is TIA. Thank you so much for the $16, who says, greetings from Finland. We hate Trump as much as you do. Yeah, Donald Trump is so aided on the global stage. If only the Trump supporters here at home in America could share that same animosity. Then I'd also like to thank two more people, Faith and Ellie. Thank you for the $5 and the $10. And then thank you for the $10 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. Anon, who says pivot into runaway true combo. I know that last guy hit that true combo. Appreciate y'all so much for the love. JG, I sent you an invite to turn your mic back on. If you want to tell us why and how the hell you still support Trump, the mic and the floor are yours. And by the way, I think that we got a restriction on TikTok. I didn't read the message that accompanied the restriction, so I don't know if it will go away or it's permanent. But we're going to go ahead and wait 10 minutes. If it's not gone, then we're going to go ahead and hit a restart on the live. But the mic and the floor are yours. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, I support Trump because I believe that he was very good when he was in 2016, and then I thought like he having an opportunity again, it would give him that time so he can do good things for us. But you know what? He's already been like for a year and something. I don't have seen much changes for us, the people. He have done like for other countries like Venezuela and other, countries of Europe. But I'm still waiting for him to do something for the United States, like for us, the people.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just looking at something. Do you think that you might be able to repeat that?
Oh yeah, that I like Donald Trump like when he was in 2016 to 2020, but I thought that he didn't have enough time in that government, so that's why I decided to give it another opportunity in 2020 to see if he could accomplish what he promised. So I'm still waiting. He haven't done the job yet. He did like help other countries like Venezuela and other, he's trying to get oil from there, but us, the people, were still waiting.
Wait, so basically what you're telling me is that you still support Trump today in 2026, and you've supported him since 2015, and today in 2026, 11 years later, you're still waiting for him to do it, to do something positive.
Well, yeah. I'm still waiting, we cannot give up on people.
Do you understand the issue with that?
How? But what do you understand about that?
Because he just spent the last 11 years of his life, like, absolutely just destroying this country in so many ways, and then you're just telling us, well, you're still waiting for him to do good?
Why do you think he destroyed the country in so many ways?
How about this, man? Listen, I've not gotten a good reason from you insofar as why you support Trump. You said you think he'll do good, but you haven't seen him do good yet. So because he didn't do any good in his first term and he hasn't done any good so far in his second term, why do you still support him? Also, guys, if there's any evidence that he follows minors, screenshot it and drop it in a private ticket in my Discord. Go ahead.
Well, he's doing like it still very good. He have done things that it was necessary in America. Like we are now have more security. You don't see that much crime still. And now besides everything is like dissolving, like the bad things the Democrats created. He's still having like
so you support him because he's good for crime rates.
For what?
So you support him because you think that he's good at reducing crime.
He's reducing many things like drugs things too. You see how he explodes those boats, like there was like narco trafficking.
Well,
he destroyed
there's
that,
actually no evidence turned over to Congress that the boats that they destroyed even had drugs on them. And B, the first boat that he destroyed actually amounted to a war crime under the Second Geneva Convention and then Article 8 of the ICC. So that's actually very bad. Now, second thing I'd like to bring up here, and this is also of note, is, yeah, crime rates have gone down in 2025 compared to 2024, but they also went down in between 2024 and 2023, then 2023 and 2022. Like the big point is that in 2025, violent crime rates fell by 20%, while in 2024, violent crime rates fell by 15%, in 2023, they fell by 10%. So it seems like this is merely tracking a trend that we've seen in the previous years under the Biden-Harris administration. And if you truly cared about violent crime, you'd never want Donald Trump to be president, considering the fact that he's literally a very violent person who is a criminal, found guilty of 34 counts.
Well, I believe that, the fact that he was a criminal, as you say, is that giving a more opportunity to be connected with us. Today in America, majority of people is like already persecute or already like processing the system.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry, man. I'm kicking you for being a troll. I'm kicking you for being a troll because you have to be trolling. I don't think that there's any other way around it. We're going to move on to the next guest here, folks. Only hop inside of AQ if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. The likelihood there that he's a troll is just way too high. He's literally saying, oh, well, the fact that he's just an absolute fucking criminal, terrible person, is actually really good because so are a lot of Americans. Really connects us closer to him. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Moving on to the next guest here. We got the next guest loading up into the box. By the way, guys, we might have to hit a restart. We're going to wait like another 2 minutes here because our live is still restricted, but we'll see. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, man. How old are you?
I am 44 years old.
Awesome, man. I'm going to thank a couple people, then pass you the mic. First and foremost, Lisa. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Lisa down below. Lisa with the $20 says, hey, Dean, is it true that France and Germany released the Epstein files? If they do, what do you think will the repercussions politically be for the U.S. safety from the fallout? Well, I mean, they've announced criminal prosecutions for those involved, and we'll see where that goes, but that's all we know for right now. I'd also like to thank Billy for the $6, saying my weekly cult contribution. Thank you so much, Lisa and Billy. Then over on PayPal, Heidi, thank you so much for the $2. Then Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $10, and I've not seen that. I'll take a look. Thank you so much. Show some love to all of our donors. Take it away. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Authoritarian Donald Trump?
Actually, I'm going to be honest with you, and this is not being a troll or being anything. I voted for Obama twice. I voted for Hillary. I was a Democrat my whole life. My whole life. The Democrat Party has never done anything for Latinos, nothing for blacks. They've never done anything for us.
I mean, the Democratic Party literally passed the Civil Rights Act.
They've never done anything for us. They've used us to be in power.
Who the fuck is LBJ?
That's it. LBJ fucked everybody.
LBJ, the guy that passed the Civil Rights Act?
Yes, he fucked everybody. Yes.
So do you think that the Civil Rights Act do anything for black people?
The Civil Rights Act was passed mostly by Republicans.
Actually, so the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a partisan issue.
It was passed mostly by Republicans.
No, let me clarify here. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a partisan issue. The support for the Civil Rights Act fell across party lines. Okay? You had the Democrats running on the implementation of the Civil Rights Act. And then the Republican that LBJ ran against, I forget his name, I could actually look it up right now, ran against the imposition of the Civil Rights Act. Like, that was literally the Republicans' political campaign in 1963 and 1964, was that we need to ensure I win the presidency so the Democrats can't impose the Civil Rights Act. But I also want to bring this up right now. I don't like to think about things historically through this Democratic versus Republican lens because of the party switches that we've observed. I rather like to think of things historically through a progressive versus conservative lens. Okay? Right? As soon as we frame it in this progressive versus conservative lens, we can understand that, well, the progress that we've made in this country for the advancements of racial equality, gender-based equality, so on and so forth, have been driven by the progressive movements. The progressives ended slavery. The progressives ended segregation. The progressives gave women the right to vote. The progressives gave black people the right to vote. The progressives gave birthright citizenship to the children of those that were enslaved after the conservatives tried to take it away. The conservatives imposed slavery. The conservatives fought against the Union. And the conservatives fought against the Civil Rights Act, the 19th Amendment, so on and so forth. Okay? So if we really want to look at this true dichotomy of, well, who acts in the best interests of marginalized communities, including black people and Latino people, we're going to be looking towards the progressives. So, sir, why aren't you a progressive?
Because there's no reason to be a progressive. Progressive don't believe in the family union. Men and women. What there actually is just men and women.
So you were just using the advancement of racial equality as a talking point.
They don't believe in the sanctity of marriage. They don't believe in the sanctity of family. They don't believe in leaving our kids alone.
Right. Right. So just to
I
clarify,
live in a state.
okay.
I
He's more to
live
say.
in a state. I live in a state that they're turning our kids against,
I'd actually argue
because that's all they're
okay,
doing
he's more
in your
saying.
school, in the schools. That's what
It's
they did
turning
to
the
your
kids against
mind.
us.
That's what they done to our
So
kids' minds.
what happened to me? Did I get indoctrinated by the LGBTQ plus agenda?
Oh yeah, you got indoctrinated by
Yeah.
professors that don't know the right foot from the left foot, that don't know nothing about
Yeah.
what the working class actually goes through.
Right. Yeah. So professors are just like truly stupid and don't know anything, right?
Yeah, they do. They are, dude. They are. They are.
So academia is useless, right?
Yeah, it is.
You know
I
who
make
else shared that opinion?
$160,000 a year, and I didn't.
Can I tell you who else shared that opinion? Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, and every other
It's easy
authoritarian
for you to
fascist
call us
throughout
Hitlers and
history.
Mussolini's.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying
It's
here.
easy. It's
Listen to what I'm
easy
saying
for
here.
you to
You're
do
interrupting
that.
me. I'm speaking and you're listening. Okay? Every single time we see an anti-intellectualism movement all throughout history, it is one in which then propagates dictatorial control and fascist and moral fallout for the people. Okay? Anti-intellectualism is used by a weapon, okay, at the hands of the historical oppressors to sit the working class down and tell them that they can never know better than them. And ultimately, that just gives more power to the ruling elite. All right? But I digress, because there's another point that I want to make here. All right? Crazy fucking claim. Tell me. How was I indoctrinated in school? What was I taught, driven by the progressive movement, that gives you so much reason to say that you would never be a progressive in your goddamn life?
That is the problem. I used to be a progressive. I used to be a Democrat. I used to fight for independence in Puerto Rico. I did civil independence in Culebra.
You're not answering my question.
Okay? I was a progressive, and they never
You're
did
still not
anything for
answering my
us.
question.
They
I
never
said,
did nothing for me.
Bro, progressives ended slavery.
They never
progressives
did.
ended-
I'm not your brother.
Oh my God. Dude, calm down.
I'm
man.
not your brother.
Calm down. Stop interrupting me while I'm
I'm
speaking.
not your brother.
All right? Well,
No, because you just interrupted me.
No, you interrupted me.
No, you just interrupted me.
Okay. All right. What do you have to say?
Progressive have never done anything for us. And they're keeping on doing this. You're saying that the party's shifted. Then how were the first congressmen black to the Republican Party?
Because
They were
that's when
Democrats in those days?
One moment. Can I please speak? That's when the Republican Party was likely progressive. But anyways, all right. You just said that the progressive movement has done nothing for the advancement of the United States of America. That is absolutely unilaterally false. The progressive movement ended slavery. The progressive movement won the Civil War. The progressive movement gave women the right to vote. The progressive movement ensured that if women are raped in marriage, that is something that they could report. The progressive movement, aimed to enact the Civil Rights Act in segregation. The progressive movement continues to push for more broad-based acceptance for people, regardless of the color of their skin, the language in which they speak in. And I think that it's crazy that you're sitting here saying this today as a Latino man, knowing that those in which oppose the progressive movement, the conservatives that underpin the Trump administration and the Trump administration in of themselves, are actively turning around and telling ICE agents through the DHS to violate federal law and ignore the Constitution, and that they're good to racially profile people that look like you for the basis of an arrest under suspicion of undocumented immigration. Okay? We have videos of people speaking English in a Hispanic accent. An Hispanic accent very similar to what you speak English in. Being arrested by ICE agents, and when questioned about why they were arrested, are being told, well, it's because of your accent. We have seen Latino men, okay, right, be illegally detained, then illegally deported to Sica in El Salvador, where they were then beaten and tortured, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. We have seen Latino men, okay, who are legal immigrants in this country, asylum seekers, such as the father of Liam Ramos and Liam Ramos himself, okay, be detained unduly for weeks in Texas immigration detention centers being fed meals with maggots in them, leading to 5-year-old Liam Ramos puking it all up and getting sick before having a judge forcing ICE to release them from captivity because they had no good reason to do so. So what the fuck is this all about? The progressive movement has never done anything, and the conservative party is so good. Meanwhile, it is the conservative party today that is hurting people that look like you, that is eroding the social and moral fabric of this country, that is telling ICE agents, agents of the states across this country, that they're good to pull the trigger on their gun and kill somebody because they happen to approach them and say, don't push women. And in fact, if you do kill somebody, then you're really in the clear and you'll be able to make $1 million from a GoFundMe because then the presidential administration will label the person that you murdered, executed in broad daylight as a domestic a terrorist, and you will be paraded, okay, as a patriot. Go ahead and unmute and respond.
So, look, I have issues with the petty thing. I do. I have issues with it. Don't say that I don't have issues with certain things that's been happening. Yeah, I do have issues. But you cannot label every single conservative the same. And that's what the Biden administration did for 4 years. Labeled us all as the same. That's what you're doing when you're calling conservatives Hitler, Mussolini, fascists. You're labeling everybody the same.
Okay, so I think that your only counter-argument in this debate is to falsely misrepresent my words in an attempt to make some argument that I'm somehow the devil that everybody should ignore. Very clearly earlier, I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. So you will not interrupt me. Thank you so much, sir. Then stop interrupting me. Thank you so much. All right, I never called conservatives Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. What I said earlier is after you made the claim that professors are fucking idiots that know nothing, I just simply said, well, seemingly the only people throughout history who have parroted a very similar narrative have been the Hitlers, have been the Mussolinis, have been the Stalins, pushing anti-intellectualism to give rise to populist authoritarianism. Quote unquote.
It's the same way that your intellectuals call us stupid.
Yeah, well, you are fucking stupid. I'm sorry. You are.
Oh, I am stupid?
Yes.
Dude, I mean, that's the problem.
Yes, I mean, you just said, oh, that children shouldn't be going to school because they're indoctrinated into the LGBTQ plus agenda and that professors know
They
nothing.
shouldn't be going to progressive schools. That's
you
why
are fucking. I'm sorry, bro.
Kids.
Exactly. Yeah, you're fucking stupid. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'll be honest with you. It is so fucking idiotic and stupid. To be sitting here saying that the Democrats haven't done enough for Latino people, leading you to actively support the administration that is arresting people because they're Latino, then getting legal justification for it by compromising SCOTUS with 3 terrible picks telling them that they could actually use the color of one's skin for an indicator of probable cause for detention to be made. Yes, that is fucking stupid.
So me believing in God, believing in everything that I believe in is stupid.
Okay, you're like, oh, Dean, you're persecuting me because you're saying that me believing in God is stupid.
No, I'm not
saying that you're stupid because you think that the conservative movement is advocating for the betterment of marginalized communities in this country, like black people and Latino people, considering what I just shared about Latino people and what we've seen from Donald Trump surrounding black people, like getting sued for violation of the Civil Rights Act in 1978 for not renting to black people, or just a matter of a week and a half ago posting a picture of Barack and Michelle Obama depicting them as literal apes, gorillas, and monkeys on Truth Social. Yes. Bro, that's stupid.
Again, illegal Latinos should not be here. Illegal anybody should not be here.
Once again, not responding to the point that I made in the slightest. Do you have enough comprehension ability to respond to anything that I say?
You guys can't take a joke.
Okay, well, guess what? You're now calling it a joke to depict black people as monkeys, gorillas, and apes. Okay, well, guess what? Even if Donald Trump was trying to make a joke and you think that's a joke, it is a racist joke.
Mm-hmm.
What's the joke? No, seriously, explain it. What is the joke?
You guys just took one little part of the video. They showed a whole bunch of people as different animals.
Oh, no, we didn't take one little part of the video. Donald Trump posted one little part of the video depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as monkeys.
Not wrong.
And then even inside of that video, you don't think that there's any subliminal message to how they chose to depict the various people, depicting Olivia Giuliani as a pig, depicting Harry Sisson as a pink flamingo, okay, then depicting the two most successful black people in this country's history. Exactly, you're saying that he was depicted as a pink flamingo due to the fact that he is flamboyant. So then why were Barack and Michelle Obama depicted as monkeys?
I guess they couldn't find anything black.
Because they're black. Is that what you're saying?
I guess it is, man.
Okay, and can we
Unfortunate, but
agree,
that's how they took it.
can we agree that depicting black people as monkeys because they're black is one of the most historically explicit and dangerous racial tropes that's been used to usher and push pro-segregationist rhetoric, slavery-era cartoons, and myths and lies surrounding the evolution of the white man, not experienced by the black man, saying that there's two different creation arcs, one with the white man being closer to perfection and divinity, meanwhile the black man being closer to the beast of the wild, justifying treating them as the dog, treating them as the property to do what they want through the transatlantic slave trade and systemic racism for centuries.
You completely broke up.
Hello?
You broke up.
Okay, if I kick you, will you come back? Because I need to restart my stream. Will you come back?
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
Okay, we're going to laugh at you if you don't.
I will.
All right. Folks, for everybody watching over on TikTok right now, we actually have to hit a pretty quick restart on the stream. We got a restriction that's not going away, so we just have to restart the stream. Right now, what I'd tell you to do is, these restarts only take like 3 seconds, so just hit the follow button in that top left-hand corner, and I'll see you all super soon. Now, the way that you could come back from the restart quicker is once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended, and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on that profile picture, it'll direct you to my account page. Once you're on my account page, I just want you to count to 10, 15, scroll down to refresh it, then click back into the new life through the glowing orb around the profile picture. This restart will only take a matter of 5 seconds. I think last time we did it, it literally took 4. Then we're gonna really quickly get back into the debate that we had with the last person. I will see you all here in like literally less than 10 seconds. Last chance to hit that follow button. Last chance to hit that follow button. All right, y'all are good? Good. See y'all here in 1 moment. All right, we've already restarted that stream. Bro, man, I'm struggling with these people today, dude. This guy's crazy. This guy's like actually insane. Okay, welcome back in from the restart, everybody. For everybody tuning back in over on TikTok, appreciate y'all so much for being here. Folks, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. Hop back in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'm seeing a lot of people in that queue that are very obviously like not Trump supporters. Okay, like please like leave the queue. Like you know who you are. Like you know exactly who you are. Leave that queue unless you're MAGA. We're gonna wait for that last guest to go ahead and get back inside of that queue right now. While we're waiting on that last guest to rejoin that queue, a couple people I want to thank. Mariah, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, thank you for standing up for women and marginalized groups. I appreciate you giving me the verbiage to articulate why I have never and will never support Donald Trump. Oh, I appreciate you so much for that, Mariah, and I'm happy that you take something positive away from the live streams. Let's get 100 Mariah W's, and then 250 Adrian W's down below in the comment section for the $25 donation from Maddie B. So let's get 250 Maddie W's. Well, Maddie, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your generosity. And it looks like we're all caught up. Show some love to Maddie and Mariah over on Venmo. Over on PayPal, please do show some love to Catherine for the $5. And then Presley, thank you for the $5. And then Jacob, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, you guys. And we're all caught up over there too. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube. And by the way, folks, we're still not seeing that last guest back in the queue. I think that he's running. Oh my god, he's a fucking runner. Sure, all right, well, we're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in here. Waiting on that last guy to return, but as of right now, we don't see him. I do think that he's running away very fast. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, yeah. Sorry if my voice sounds a bit off and sick. I'm currently 18. My birthday is 2007, 17th of January.
Okay, so in your bio it says WLW, so you're lesbian and you support Trump?
Yeah. Yeah, but...
do you think that Donald Trump is beneficial to the LGBTQ plus community?
Oh, Well, I think there are some parts that he does support and other parts that he doesn't.
Okay, like what? Like, tell me what he supports about the LGBTQ plus community.
Well, I just kind of assumed because I'm probably living under a rock because I haven't been.
All right, they're trolling. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. We actually just found that last guy. Let's go to bring him back in here. Hey, Forgotten Studios, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat on YouTube. I really appreciate you for that love, Forgotten. Forgotten with the $20 says, hey, Dean, can you re-educate me on why I shouldn't be... Do you mean prejudice? Are you saying why you shouldn't be prejudiced? Because prejudice is literally defined as the unjust... ill will treatment directed towards a person or group of people. It's like definitionally speaking something that you shouldn't be. But thank you so much for the $20, Forgotten Studios. Welcome back in.
I don't tend to run from people.
Okay, good. First question: is there anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
No.
What?
Right now? No. Right now? Maybe kill a baby in the front lawn of the White House.
Okay. Anything besides killing a baby in the front lawn of the White House? Like, what I don't know.
Oh,
what
because
about
the trans issue with the
what
trans
about,
issue?
What about saying that like?
Him.
What about saying that he wants to be a dictator, and then we just need to stop elections?
He said he was going to be a dictator in day one. That's all he freaking said.
No. It's a hypothetical question. Like, hypothetically, if Trump said that he literally wants to be a dictator and that he wants to stop elections,
if he
would you still
tries to
support
be
him?
a dictator, I'll be the first one there to try to take him out.
Okay, so you would stop supporting him if he's a dictator. What if he wanted to execute his political opponents?
Same thing.
So if he tried to execute his political opponents, or said that he wanted to execute his political opponents,
he's there for 4 years and he leaves, there should be no problem.
Okay, but like, answer my question here. If he said that he wants his political opponents, like the Democrats in Congress, to literally be executed, would you still support him?
I know where this question is coming from, and if they do commit treason, they should.
Okay. Okay. What if they don't commit treason?
They should not.
So if he basically
I'm level-headed. Believe me, I'm level-headed.
If he baselessly called for the execution of some Democrats in Congress that like didn't commit treason,
which one?
Would you still support him?
Which one?
It shouldn't matter.
Because you're asking the question because he said something about treason like
okay, I don't know if like you're like listening to my question or not. I'll repeat it. If Donald Trump baselessly called for the execution of some Democrats in Congress that did not commit treason,
I would not follow him.
That you'd stop supporting him.
Baselessly. Yes.
Okay, and it seems like you already know where I'm going with this because, I mean, you just pointed out that a couple months ago, he did call for the execution of some Democrats in Congress.
And I believe they should be executed for treason.
Wow, so you think that they're guilty of treason?
You do not tell military members to not obey the orders of a commander-in-chief, especially if the orders are not over the top.
Okay, well, so what they said is that if he gives you an unlawful order, you shouldn't follow it. And that's what
it's an unlawful... No. If it's an unlawful order, you do not have to follow it.
Okay, and that's all that they said. All that they said is that if he gives you an unlawful order, do not follow it. Which, by the way, is exactly what the UCMJ tells them. That's what the oath tells them when they join the military, and that's what the Constitution tells them. So how could they be committing treason if they're literally just like echoing the Constitution? Like you're saying that like echoing the Constitution now warrants your execution.
They were talking about the troops in Washington.
No. They just released a general video saying if you're a member of our military and Trump gives you an unlawful order, don't follow it.
They released the video after Washington troops were put in Washington.
They released the video like during an event unrelated to the video in of itself and more so related to the overall theme of lawlessness that we see downstream of the Trump administration. If this was specifically targeted towards one order that Trump gave or specifically targeted towards one group of members of the military, then you might have some basis of a claim that I dispute further. But because they were not talking about one specific order that Trump gave, and they weren't talking towards one specific group of members in the military, but more so just saying generally, if you're in the military and Trump gives you an unlawful order, do not follow it, you're absolutely wrong.
If you're in the military, you know what your duty is.
Okay, and all that they're doing
You don't
is,
have to
is
have a
reminding them
speaking
of what
head
the
tell
duty
you.
is.
You don't have to have a speaking head telling you what to do as a
Okay, so but now
military
your
member.
argument is that they are somehow like guilty of treason and need to be executed because they reminded the
because
military of their oath when you don't think that the military
it's not
needs
that they
to be reminded of
reminded the
their oath.
military of their oath. They automatically came out saying these things when they did not agree that Trump put the military in Washington, D.C.
Once again, I've already responded to this and I've already like refuted and
We're
debunked
not-
this. In the video, listen, I'm gonna repeat my refutation one more time. They do not mention any specific order. In the video, they do not mention any specific groups of troops. They just simply say, if he gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it. And the reason why they made the video has to do with the overall lawlessness that we see downstream of the Trump administration, like the illegal executive orders that he signed into law, or even some of the illegal orders that he's actually given to the military, like SCOTUS's opinion on the illegal of the National Guard and the deployment of the National Guard in Illinois to be unconstitutional. Right? They never mentioned anybody in DC. They never mentioned any one specific order. So please stop saying that they did.
Right now in Minnesota, they should send the National Guard.
I don't know why you're saying
That's
that
a
we
given.
should deploy the National
In
Guard
Chicago,
in
they
Minnesota.
should send the National Guard.
That is an
That's a
absolute
given.
pivot. One second. This is an absolute pivot away from like the argument in which I used to address your false claim. I'd really appreciate it if you could stick on topic and just go one point at a time. Okay, once again, the one point
Okay.
that I want you to stick on is giving me an explanation for why you believe that the 7 congressmen and women literally deserve to die for just telling the military that they don't have to follow illegal orders.
It's when they told it to them and why they told it to them. Everything has an ulterior motive.
Well, in 1 second, I do these streams every single day, right? You can't just assume that because today I'm deciding to call Trump an authoritarian, that this is because he has like announced a new initiative for peace in Gaza because it happened in the same 24-hour span. Like, no, you can't just basically assume that the reason they put out this message is because at that same time, you know, Donald Trump was deploying the National Guard in DC, right? Like at that same time, he was also signing illegal executive orders into law. Maybe that's why they said it, like 14160. At that same time, okay, you know, there's like internal communications going on surrounding midterms and like nationalizing the election. Maybe that's why they said it. You know, at that same time, you know, we started to see some level of defiance from the Trump administration, calling it an act of hostility for members of Congress to vote for the release of the Epstein files. Maybe that's why they said it, right? You're just basically speculating and injecting baseless conjecture, okay, to attempt to argue that what they did was treason because it was in reference to one specific order that you think was lawful, when in all reality it wasn't. And it was just an overall reminder from these congressmen and women in reference to the general lawlessness that we see from the Trump administration. I think that this guy's cooked. Hey, Kinley, thank you for the $1 donation on Venmo. Who says, keep up the good work, man. Thank you so much, Kinley. I just saw that come through. Appreciate you for that love. Appreciate you for that love, Kinley. Is he gone? He might be gone. Victor, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. He says, Dean, you need to remind this guy that the only elected official to ever call Trump Hitler was J.D. Vance. So true. So could you please respond to my point, Lion Christian Conservative? Hello?
I believe that.
Can you please take me off of the Bluetooth?
I believe.
Take me off of the Bluetooth. You also can't be driving when you're on TikTok Live, so don't start driving yet.
I'm not driving yet.
Okay, then take me off of
When I start
Bluetooth so we
driving,
can
I'll
hear you
let you know.
better. He's going to repeat himself, then I'm going to repeat myself. This is a great conversation. Just swipe down, top right-hand corner of your phone screen. There you go. All right. So before you even repeat yourself and you say, like I said, I believe that the reason they released this video had to do with Donald Trump deploying the National Guard in D.C., okay, please consider the counter response that I gave you, referencing the fact that they didn't say that there was one specific order that was illegal, or there was like one specific thing that the Trump administration did that was illegal, but more so they're just responding to the overall criminal behaviors from the Trump administration. And then I actually gave you like a cohort, a cornucopia, a list of other things that the Trump administration was doing at that same time that truly were illegal.
That when they were passed through the Supreme Court, it's actually he followed the Supreme Court.
What the fuck is this guy saying, dude? Are you gonna respond or not?
I already responded. The guy. Omar.
Now you're lagging out. Okay, you're obviously driving, bro. Listen, dude.
And I hope to God that we get them in court because of all the shit that they've been doing, all the shit that they've been putting in people's heads. That's why people are attacking law enforcement. I grew up.
He's
when
pivoting.
I grew up,
Dude,
my
stop
parents told me
fucking pivoting.
to-
Stop fucking pivoting. Stay on topic.
I'm not fucking pivoting. I'm
Yes,
telling
you
the truth.
are.
No.
Yes, the specific pivot that you are engaging in is as follows. I'm describing to you how there's no base for your claim that these congressmen and women who Trump called to be executed were committing treason. You were then responding saying that they were committing treason because they were responding to one specific legal order that the Trump administration gave. I then defeated that argument by reiterating that in the video they do not specify any specific order. And at that same time, the Trump administration was making a lot of illegal orders. I even named a handful. Stay on topic. Like, holy fuck, what do I gotta do to get a fucking American, like a MAGA, a man to not pivot? Like, what do I gotta do to get you to, like, legitimately address and respond to the point that I'm making? You're fucking insufferable.
I've still had you here for more than half an hour, no?
Are you going to respond or not?
I already responded. They're treasonous pricks. You don't like the response, but that's the response.
But there's no evidence that they committed treason. Dude, you understand that the Trump DOJ has already tried to indict those congressmen and women on treason, and the indictments failed. They had judges shoot the indictments down, saying that you have no probable suspicion of any crime to be committed. You cannot arrest them for anything because what they said was completely legal. So please respond.
Not because the law says it's legal, it's not treason, man. I'm sorry.
So what did they do that was treasonous?
You've never given an inch for this country.
And you've taken inches away. Fuck you. And tell me what they did that was treasonous.
Fuck you. You fucking little prick. When you serve this country, you can talk.
Okay, then you better shut the hell up. Yeah, and he left. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only op said that if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. He was very deep in his feelings. I'm not really putting up with the bullshit today. All right, y'all are seeing Mask Off Dean. All right, just like, dude, this is honestly, that was really nice because that's how I feel every day when I have like just the really cruelly insane MAGA guests that won't respond to points. That's how I feel inside right there, you know. But I try to leave that inside. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do. Not like. Yes, in the sense that I support his policies. There are things that I think he could do differently. So I'm not blindly following, but I do support Trump, yes. All right,
give me a minute to thank a couple of people, then I'll pass the mic to you. First and foremost, Shapula, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, caller is not even listening. I don't know how you do this day in and day out, Dean. Well, because I enjoy it when we are able to change minds and, like, you know, push people to be better versions of themselves. But I really appreciate you for the $10. Same thing for you, Jose. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Let's get 100 Jose's W's. Jose says, for Dean, for someone who's half Mexican and half First Nations, this Vato is a complete asshole. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Jose. I'd also like to thank Kinley for the $1. Thank you so much for that love. And then over on PayPal, let's see if we have anybody new. Yes, we do. Jack, thank you for the $6. And then Lucas, thank you so much for the $25 donation, who says, as a service member, I can attest that we are reminded constantly to not follow illegal orders. The video of the member of Congress made is not something new for us, so it's hilarious to hear them treat it like it was conveniently timed or whatever. I know, right, Lucas? That guy was crazy. Thank you so much for the $25. I want to see 300 Lucas W. Seriously, man. I appreciate you a lot for the love. If you're watching and you want to support what we do here to allow us to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles also right there at the top of the phone screen. Take it away, Johnny. Tell us why you support this authoritarian pig.
Yeah, so first off, I want to say thank you for doing this. I think this open platform is important. Having these conversations is key, especially in a way that's not divisive and can have different opinions. So I do support the direction of this policies. One of the things I do support the enforcement of the immigration policies and And what ICE is doing, I think the execution has failed on some points, and they've done a poor job of executing through on that. But I think that the direction and the policy that he's choosing and focusing on that is important. It's critical. I think it's a thing that needs to be done.
Okay, well, first and foremost, you just brought up that it's failed in some points. I'd assume, right, maybe the points in which you think it's failed on is, like the murder of some citizens, illegal detention of many, illegal deportation of many, so on and so forth. And I'd argue that this actually reflects on the agenda as a whole, considering the fact that the authors of that agenda, the Trump administration, defend those poor actions. They go from, like, a bad apple and a bunch of many, ripe apples to an agenda of bad apples because they're defending the bad lawless actions that we see, such as the murder of Pretty, such as the detention of Liam Ramos and his father, or such as the illegal deportation of Abrego Garcia de Sica in El Salvador. And I'd overall argue that the agenda set forth of mass deportation is very destructive to this country because it only hurts us. It only hurts the immigrants that are unjustly detained and deported to Sica and El Salvador. It only hurts the citizens because then we feel the rebounding effects of that mass deportation on us because of how it negatively impacts the economy, including the pain to the citizens felt, like the citizens of Keith Porter, Renee Good, or Alex Preddy literally being murdered in the streets of this country.
Yeah, so that's a good point, but I want to touch about something you said. So you said that mass deportation affects the economy in a negative way. So there's a lot you said, but it was hard for me to dial in on one point. That's the one I would like to dial in on. So mass deportation based on immigration and how it affects the economy is something that actually, as a contractor, as a business owner, I've seen in, not myself, but in other industries where they hire and take advantage of illegal immigrants or people that are here illegally to pay them under wage or on salary to boost the economy. So you have cheaper products because your labor cost is derived and is based on a lower point that it would be if you hired Americans. So again, there's not all of that. That's not that's not throughout all businesses, but that is certainly present. So I think that when you say it hurts economy, can you clarify to me how you think that it hurts the economy by deporting people that are here illegally?
Yes, before I do, I would like to respond to the last point that you made about them getting paid below market wages and how that has rebounding negative consequences on our industries. So in many circumstances, you're actually right. Undocumented immigrants are paid less on average compared to citizens because they possess less bargaining power to hold against their employers. Okay, right? They're easier to exploit because if they don't have a job, they can't access any social safety nets in 40 of our states, including federal ones. So they literally starve and die, right? Not to mention they don't have long-term survivability in the market, so they need a job now. They're going to take the job regardless if they're offering them below market wages because they don't have the time to go to a more competitive firm and get higher ones. Not to mention that they could be exploited via that looming threat of deportation. That's why they're paid less. So in other words, if we were to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, make them permanent residents or citizens, well, then they're going to have just as much bargaining power as you. They're going to have just as much bargaining power as me. And then all of a sudden, they're going to be able to collect and garner significantly higher wages with no material change in their employment because they now just merely possess higher bargaining power, meaning that with mass amnesty, we'd actually see a real increase in real median wages, a massive one. Now, the second question that you asked me there was, well, how do they negatively impact the economy? I got you. Well, according to the American Immigration Council, they pay $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the American GDP per year. They also account for 8.3 million of our laborers. They're also significantly less likely to be reliant on government benefits, and they're significantly more likely to work. And they account for around 11 million of our consumers and pay close to $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, local level. You remove them from the market, you remove their total GDP contributions in the trillions, all of a sudden government revenue goes down by at least $100 billion in direct contributions, not accounting for their indirect contributions via the profit in which is extracted off of their labor by their employers. You destabilize their industries because you forcefully expel 8.3 million of their laborers. So now all of a sudden their productive capacities go down. They're less able to produce goods, and they're less able to sell those goods because you're also removing 11 million of their consumers. And that's how it negatively impacts our economy on a kind of nuanced but not too nuanced level.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, you went on a lot there, so there's a couple points I want to interject, but I don't want to rudely interrupt. So again, I agree with what you're saying. You're saying that they contribute, they spend money in the economy, essentially. They don't rely on government programs. They don't rely on government aids. That's why that they're less likely to do that. Well, we don't know that because they're illegal, right? So if they were to do that, they would essentially self-report and they would be deported. So I think we need to separate. Though. Let me finish. I let you go on for quite a bit. We need to separate empathy, right, from due process. So there is a legal pathway for immigration for people to come to America. It's not a closed border system. People come all the time from Canada, from other other countries and they immigrate here all the time. There's a process. It's very difficult. It's very strenuous, and you have to have high standards of quality, qualifications to to properly immigrate to the United States. Now, you're saying that we should give amnesty to those that did not follow that process and are here. I think it affects the market and the job market and the economy in a very negative way, because you're right. Employers will take advantage of lower wage and people in a position like an illegal immigrant that doesn't have the opportunity to negotiate fair wages. But again, that gets reflected in the product price as well. So if you all of a sudden give mass amnesty and everyone's wages rise, the product will go up. That could affect we don't know how that's going to affect the economy because it hasn't happened. So what I'm saying is we need to separate the empathy of, I understand people have built their life here, right? They've committed everything. The thing is, they haven't gone through the legal process of becoming immigration. I know you're going to say they've claimed, amnesty or whatever. I know the direction you're going to go with that argument, but there is a legal way to do that without entering the country that you could do today, and they haven't done that. So with the Trump administration, from my understanding, when they deport people that are here, can I finish one quick second? When the Trump administration's direction, my understanding of it is when they deport people that are here illegally, it doesn't bar them from reapplying through the legal process out of their country and doing it the proper way. They just are removed, and they have to go through that process outside of the United States, versus the old system, which you were allowed to do that while remaining in the United States, while continuing to work, while continuing to live here through that kind of a program. They're removing that. They're telling you have to leave and go through the right way and do the immigration process while you're in the country that you're coming from.
Okay, the first point that you made is that, well, we don't know how many undocumented immigrants are reliant on benefits of social safety net, because if they did, then they'd be self-reported and then deported. So that's not true at all. Not only are there federal work programs where undocumented immigrants can apply for an ITIN and get a work permit to go out and work, which millions of them work on. There's also limited social safety nets that they can access in 10 of our 50 states.
Sorry,
where they are listed as undocumented immigrants.
It's a mischaracterization of what I said.
I'm not mischaracterizing what you said. You said that we don't know how many of them would be reliant on social safety nets.
No, what I'm saying is this, and let me be clear about this. We're being respectful here.
Can I finish responding to your points before you interrupt me, though?
No. Let me just 2 seconds to clarify, and you can continue.
Right, but I don't want to forget everything else that you said here.
If they have the fear of potentially claiming a government program that might report them or make them targeted to deportation, is a factor that will influence their decision to choose to go and apply for that program or not. If there's a program available to me, and I know that if I do this program, I potentially will become a target, that fear, that potential outcome is going to dissuade me from pursuing that program. So when you're looking at a purely statistical number of illegal
can I cut you off now
that are
since I
not
get your
going
point so
after
I
these
can continue?
programs. Yes. Yes,
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but that factor doesn't account for why they're less likely to be reliant on social safety nets when compared to citizens. When you consider the fact that the Khalil Institute released a study not only a week and a half ago that evaluated legal immigrants, and it concluded that legal immigrants are around 2 times less likely to be reliant on social safety nets when compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. So in consideration of the fact that even when when that factor is not present, or if they were to apply for a system of social benefit, they wouldn't be deported, and they're still less likely to be reliant on them. Your point is proven false, and I am proven correct. Now to move on to the second point you made.
But again, you're
once again, you're interrupting me. Dude, I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this with you. If I'm going to sit here, let you ramble, get like 7 points off, and then when I start responding to the points, you interject, you say I mischaracterize your point, then you further expand on your point. I then explain how your expansion is incorrect, and I'm trying to get to all of them. So now to your second point. You said one reason why we shouldn't do mass amnesty is because I am right. It would lead to an increase in real median wages due to millions of our laborers now all of a sudden having more bargaining power to get higher wages. So quick question. Would you support criminalizing and abolishing all unions in America, since that overall would reduce the bargaining power of American laborers, meaning in accordance with your hypothesis, overall reduce the price of the goods that we buy?
Sorry, so you're asking me can you say that again? What are you asking me? That question?
Yeah, for sure.
Please.
Would you support criminalizing and abolishing all unions in America, since that would overall reduce the bargaining power held by American workers, and in accordance with your theory, therefore reduce their wages and reduce the price of the goods that we buy?
No, and I'm not saying that the immigration and people shouldn't get no, my answer is no, but I'm also agreeing with you. I'm saying, no, I don't think that the lower wages should be a thing, and I don't think that people should be taken advantage that way, and they should have proper wages. I'm saying they should be paid an appropriate wage. I'm saying that the impact on the economy to all of a sudden eliminate that out of the economy overnight and make that a thing is going to have an effect on the economy as well, and an adverse effect on it. That the fact that goods and production costs of goods might be too high for consumers, and consumers might fall off for consuming those. And that, I'm not saying that that's a good, like that's not what should happen. I'm saying that probably should happen. I agree that should happen, but I'm saying that will have a negative income on the economy as well.
Well, see, the issue that you're failing to account for here is that the last time that we did mass amnesty of 3 million undocumented immigrants under Nixon, we didn't see that negative economic outcome, and you'd have to give me evidence otherwise. And considering the fact that this historically has not produced that outcome, your hypothesis is false. And then the second point that I bring up here is, well, look at the negative economic outcomes of mass deportation that I've already been able to list to you. Massive hit to taxable revenue, massive hit to GDP growth, massive hit to our productive capacities, and then massive hits to the American workers. I mean, literally last year in 2025, we had the most recorded deportations in a single year in record, and the worst annualized job report since 2003, ignoring periods during recessions. It is absolutely economically destructive and harmful to remove millions of people from our workforce, to remove millions of people from our consumer base. It is absolutely negatively and economically impactful to then force that on our industries, because now they have to undergo this shift all at once, and now they're very disorganized, and their productive capacities are down, and there's absolutely no good reason to support mass deportation.
So I think, I don't disagree with that. I think there's going to be a short-term negative effect for sure, but I think is the short-term, you have to look at the long-term effect. Those short-term effects that are going to affect the economy on both sides, right? Increasing. So we need to see that, right? So the long-term effect is if all of a sudden we deputize that. There's two ways to look at it. Let's look at it from my argument.
I want you to clarify what the positive long-term effect of mass deportation is that I'm not accounting for.
That will still have immigration in the future, but just legally. So you won't be able to do it from within the country. You're going to have to apply for your papers. That's the benefit. So all the issues that are associated with
immigration in the future.
No. So the benefit of doing mass deportation, which will lead to legal immigration in the future, right? Is that you're going to have a temporary law.
Benefit?
No.
What's
Can
the benefit?
you let me finish?
Yeah, for sure. As long as you get around to the benefit. Long-term, okay.
Yes.
I want you to classify what the long-term positive benefit of mass deportation is.
So let me start with the benefit, and then I'll explain to you how I got there. The long-term benefit is you're going to have standardized wages. You're not going to have advantage. You're not going to have employers taking advantage of illegal immigrants that are here with underwage. You're going to have all of those things that how those people are being taken advantage of now. That's going to go away if they don't exist anymore in this country. Let me explain to you how we get there. That doesn't mean that we're not going to have immigration. Right. What I'm saying is that the problem is we're going to bring them back legally. When you do that while they're within the United States, this is the issue that happens. These things get taken advantage of, and you create this environment where employers and all kinds of systems taking advantage of these people. If we deport them and say you have to go back to your country, now, mind you, there are going to be exceptions. You can't deport someone back to like a country that is going in, like Ukraine. Like, for example, the war that's going on in Ukraine, I would say that is an absolute something that you cannot do.
That's what they're doing. They're literally deporting asylum seekers, like Ukrainian refugees.
But not just asylum seekers. And some people take advantage of that process. And some people come from countries that probably shouldn't qualify as asylum seekers, and some do.
But we don't know if they're taking advantage of that process because we're deporting them before their court case is adjourned.
So this is the problem, Dean. I told you. Why do I support Trump? I support the direction.
Wait. Before you go back to why you support Trump generally, I want to respond to what you said was a long-term benefit of mass deportation. Okay?
Sure. Yes.
So you said that the long-term benefit of mass deportation is stabilizations of wages, because now there's not like millions of laborers that our employers can take advantage of. Okay, right. That is also a long-term benefit.
One of the things, yes.
One moment. That is also a long-term benefit under mass amnesty. But instead,
this is the reason.
But I'm still speaking here. So that is also a long-term benefit of mass amnesty for the reasons I've already given you. So if these are the two long-term benefits true under mass deportation and mass amnesty, then that means that we just have to evaluate the short-term detriments and the long-term detriments of mass amnesty and mass deportation. And if mass deportation has more short and long-term detriments than mass amnesty, then we should support mass amnesty. And if mass amnesty has more short and long-term detriments than mass deportation, then we should support mass deportation. And the matter of the fact is, Obviously, mass deportation has more short and long-term detriments when compared to mass amnesty. We are already seeing the detriments, not just economically speaking, as we've been going over in the conversation that we've had, but also morally and socially speaking, with the Trump administration propping up this mass deportation with an attack on our Constitution, positioning him as a wannabe dictator, with an attempt to legally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants in violation of their 14th Amendment rights to then deport, or the heinous human rights abuse with holding people in these detention centers like 5-year-old Liam Ramos, illegally feeding them meals with maggots in them, to blackbagging college students, then illegally deporting them with no due process to Sica and El Salvador, having them beat after federal judges have ruled that a removal was illegal, or the overall stigmatization of black and brown people in this country by authorizing ICE to suspect people to be undocumented immigrants because of the color of their skin, so on and so forth. All right, that is a massive detriment that we do not see to be true under mass amnesty, that we do see to be true under mass deportation, not to mention the long-term detriment that's true under mass deportation of permanently losing the purchasing power of 11 million consumers, permanently hurting GDP growth and what we're losing in upholstering both government revenue and American industries through a larger consumer base with more money. Obviously, this would rule mass deportation off the table unless you would either A, be able to explain to me why I'm wrong and why the abuse of the Constitution, the positioning of Trump as a dictator, and the ignoring of federal law and human rights is not a detriment, or why there's more detriments that are worse than the positioning of Trump as a dictator and the abuse of human rights under mass amnesty.
Yeah, so I can tell you now, I can both can be true. I can support mass deportation, and I can say that violating and arresting citizens and not feeding them meals is not appropriate, and it's a poor execution of that. 100%. Now, let's talk about what you just said, because you just went on and you said a lot of things, Dean, and I got to address them, right? So you said mass deportation has less benefits than mass amnesty because what you're going to lose consumers. That's one point that you said. And you speak very fast, and you said about 10 or 15 points. So that's the one I caught. So the one that you said is that mass deportation, right, will result in a loss of 11 million consumers that we wouldn't have with mass amnesty. Again, to me, though, that would also happen if you raise the point, because if you raise the cost of labor to a legitimate, by mass amnesty, now you create the cost of wages to go up. Those consumers might still be present, but the cost of goods might put those people out of the consumer perspective. So
but they also have the ability to work in more industries. So you have to account for not only the you have to account for the fact that they're going to be getting paid more on average, but you also have to account for the fact that they're going to be able to bolster our industries from the supply side to a further degree. Because not only will they be getting paid more on average, that would have an upward pressure on prices, but they're also going to be able to access more industries due to the fact that they're residents and citizens. So they're going to be able to help the supply side more on average, which if anything would actually have a downward pressure on the equilibrium price of any good. So who knows? Those two things might cancel one another out.
Yeah, and exactly that. So I think that there is some truth to what you're saying, that could happen. But again, I do think that mass amnesty could have a negative effect as well, because again, a lot of people on the MAGA side as well are very bad at this as well, on both sides. Okay, but on the MAGA side will say, well, everyone's a criminal, they're all criminals. They're not all criminals. They're not all here doing crime and that's not true. That's something that should stop being said, but a lot of them are. There are some that are, and there are some that should not be here, and that probably wouldn't make it through the process of proper immigration, which is why they're here illegally a lot of the time, because they won't make that vigorous process of immigration. Okay, so go ahead.
This is my fault because you're right. I said a lot of things really fast, but one of the things that I said really fast is something that I'd actually like your response to, which was one of the reasons why we shouldn't support Trump's mass deportation. And that's a fact that it has led to Donald Trump positioning himself above the Constitution, pulling from this dictatorial playbook with his attempt to illegally reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to then deport in violation of their 14th Amendment rights.
Sorry. So what did you say? Say that again? Sorry. I thought you were going to ask me a question.
One of the bad outcomes of mass deportation that I'd like you to respond to is Donald Trump's positioning of himself like a wannabe dictator, and as if he's above Congress, SCOTUS, and the Constitution, because one of the things that he's done is he's attempted to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants by illegally and unconstitutionally stripping them of their right to birthright citizenship to then be deported.
Yes. So can you give me an example of what we're talking about? So you're talking about birthright citizenship, how he's attempted to remove birthright citizenship from from the Constitution. Essentially, he's trying to do. That's what he's trying to do, and it goes against the Constitution. Is that what you're referring to? What he's trying to do? With
he's tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil with the use of an executive order, which is strictly unconstitutional, strictly illegal, and I believe that he's done so intentionally and belligerently.
So let me tell you why I think that what the reason why he was doing that and why I would support a move to remove birthright citizenship. Okay,
well, I mean,
let me tell you that
it was strictly illegal and unconstitutional.
Yeah, I think that he can't do that right now. And if there's a legal process though to reverse that, which is what I think he was attempting to do, is to do that legally. I think that the reason why he wants to remove birthright citizenship, what he's trying to remove, what I believe he's trying to remove, what I would
I just want to
support.
clarify. You actually agree that Donald Trump is pulling from the dictatorial playbook in attempting to circumvent the power vested in Congress to amend the Constitution and the power vested in SCOTUS to
I don't think he's
the
being
Constitution with an illegal executive order where he attempted to position himself above the Constitution by intentionally and belligerently infringing on it.
So no, you're characterizing his actions and his intents. I'm telling you that the way he went about it is not legal, and he shouldn't have done it that way. Now, I think that he should be attacking a way to stop birthright citizenship in the form of tourism birthright citizenship. So there is a thing very common. It happens in Canada, happens in Mexico, where people will come to America with the intent and the sole intent to have a child in the United States, to have that American dual citizenship for their child, and then go back to their country to get the benefits of being American citizenship without contributing or joining that economy. That's a thing that happens. And there's a long-term play there that after 21 years, your child, if they're American, can sponsor you to become an American citizen. And that's a bypass way of the normal way you would have to immigrate to the United States. So do I think the intent was to strip and be a dictator and do what you say he did, characterize him the way it is? I don't know the man personally. I don't think that was the case. I think that trying to find a way.
But you agree that he signed an EO into law that was unlawful.
Well, I think he's trying to clarify what that means, because when the Constitution was written, it was a different world and a different time. And I think that birthright citizenship.
We know what it means. There's no part of the birthright citizenship section of the 14th Amendment that's vague.
I think if you moved to the United States when the time the Constitution was made and you worked and you contributed and you were part of this economy, that your child was born on U.S. soil should become American. I think that there was not a time when that was happening where you had airplanes and all this tourism that was happening in the United States where the pure intent was to have a child to become American and to have them utilize the system.
Okay, but listen. So what you're equivocating between right now is attempting to give me your personal opinion that we should change the 14th Amendment of the Constitution and limit birthright citizenship, and a legal opinion that what Donald Trump did was illegal. So we could have a conversation about your personal opinion on the amendment, but first and foremost, we're just going to have a conversation of Donald Trump circumventing Congress and SCOTUS to attempt to illegally change the Constitution with an EO. All right? I expect you. Just one moment. I expect you to think that the children born to undocumented immigrants shouldn't have birthright citizenship. Okay? That's not a shocker. Okay? That's a very popular belief within MAGA. That's a very popular belief within the right. That's a very popular belief within the GOP. My gotcha here, okay, isn't, oh my God, Trump thinks they shouldn't have citizenship. How do you respond to this? You should stop supporting him. No. My gotcha here is rather that Donald Trump is illegally infringing on the Constitution of the United States of America in an attempt to take constitutional rights away from citizens. And this is one of many actions taken from his... And exactly, and he did not follow that legal framework, because if we want to change the 14th Amendment, then Congress has to add a 28th Amendment and say, well, actually, birthright citizenship only applies to individuals in legal categories X, Y, and Z. Or if we want to reinterpret the 14th Amendment, then SCOTUS has to step back and say, well, actually, we're going to go ahead and appeal Blair v. Doe. We're going to go ahead and repeal U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark. And here's our new interpretation of what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction
of thereof.
But instead, Donald Trump said, I'm above the Constitution. I'm above the law of the land. I'm above the courts. I'm above SCOTUS. I'm above Congress. Here's how it's going to be. I'm taking your constitutional rights away from you, you citizens. And this is only one data point and a theme that we've seen from the Trump administration.
Dean, what was the result of that action?
Oh my God, can you stop interrupting me?
But what was the result of that action?
I'll happily answer your question once I'm done speaking, not in the middle of my statement.
Okay, continue then.
Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. All right. And this attempt from Donald Trump to position himself above the Constitution, above the law of the land, above SCOTUS, and above Congress is only one data point of many of him wanting to assume all power in and to himself. He did the same thing with saying that he wants to nationalize the elections, even though Article 2 of the Constitution gives that ability to the states. He did that.
Can I pause
same
you there, Dean? Because
thing.
you're moving on to something else. And I don't want to
I'm just
interrupt
trying
you.
to demonstrate this conceptual theme of the Trump administration, not giving a fuck about the checks and balances, not giving a fuck about the rule of law, and not giving a fuck about the Constitution.
So I understand your point. Thank you. So let's talk about the legal framework and how he did that. What was the result of that, though? He was unsuccessful because there are checks and balances that will not allow him to do that. No, there's checks and balances in place in the legal framework today that if he does do something like that, then he's not going to be successful. And he was ultimately unsuccessful. And what you're saying is his attempts to do these things are what make him an authoritarian. An authoritarian doesn't attempt, they do, right? So if he was an authoritarian, there simply would be no more birthright citizenship. There would be no more birthright citizenship, and he would seize that decision. There is a framework within Congress and within constitutions that prevent him from doing that. He can attempt to do as much things as he wants, and he's not going to be successful if they're not legal. So, my opinion of him is, do I think it was smart or
you
intelligent?
agree if he was successful in that action, he would be an authoritarian?
I think that if he did it again, if he
did
was
it.
unsuccessful,
So if he was successful in that action, would he have been authoritarian?
No.
Wait, but you just said that authoritarians do. But you just said if he did it, then he would be an authoritarian. That's what you said.
Would you like? I can answer if you let me answer.
Yeah.
I think that he would be an authoritarian if he bypassed the framework and was successful in it in a way that he was found that this was illegal. Like right now, here's how he's going to be an authoritarian.
But we just agreed.
Can I give you an example?
I'm so sorry. No. Because you like to talk for a long time to like obfuscate and like pivot away from the substance. I mean, on the bone here. Okay. You agreed that Executive Order number 14160, where he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, okay, was illegal, was constitutional, was in violation of the 14th Amendment. And then he said that authoritarians don't try, they do. So in other words, we can agree that if Executive Order number 14160 was successfully executed on by government by government divisions, and then all of a sudden they started deporting the children born to undocumented immigrants with that claimed a birthright citizenship, that would make Trump a dictator.
No, if he was successful and he got through the government process and it was within the Constitution and the legal framework and he was successful, it doesn't make him an authoritarian.
Okay, so what you're saying here is that in order to have to be an authoritarian, you must first be successful in your authoritarian actions. But if Trump were to be successful in his authoritarian actions, then they're definitionally speaking not authoritarian because they were successful. See? All that you're doing here is attempting to set up this catch-22 where there's no possible way in any possible world where Trump could ever be an authoritarian because it fails because it's illegal. And if it were to succeed, that means it's legal. And by the way, that's not even true. All right? Like right now, I'll give you a great example of this. I'll give you a great fucking example of this. So far, the Trump administration has succeeded in their defense of the murder of Alex Preddy. All right? So far they have. Kristi Noem said that what he did was well in accordance with regulatory guidelines through the DHS. Okay, it seems like the right has really bit down hard on the narrative, preached by Kristi Noem and other members of the Trump administration that Alex Preddy was this type of domestic terrorist. Okay, and we know that Alex Preddy was murdered. We know that that was illegal. Or I mean, think about what happened in the 2020 election. I mean, he successfully tried to install FAKE votes for himself in that election. Okay, he tried to send them into Congress. And sure, he was unsuccessful because Mike Pence shot him down, but I think that obviously classify him as an authoritarian under my view, even though he was unsuccessful. All right? But then, okay, the 174 rioters that tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, barge inside and smear their shit on the walls, they were able to successfully get off the hook for what they did because then Donald Trump turned around and extended them full presidential pardons. I think that you need to accept that Donald Trump absolutely symbolizes authoritarian actions, okay, and authoritarianism, okay, through his attack on our Constitution, his erosion of our rule of law, his illegal directives, not just to the military, but to the government agencies, and illegal directives through the use of EOs, and this general sentiment that he's been communicating, that he is the inevitable, and he'll be able to do whatever he wants regardless of any check nor any balance, like the 2020 election, like nationalizing midterms, okay, like protecting the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, so on and so forth.
Okay, so now can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. So you said there's no way that I would consider Donald Trump an authoritarian. I can tell you a scenario where I would, 100%, right? So I don't believe that an authoritarian, okay, let me give an analogy for all the viewers to understand. We have a game of Monopoly. There are rules. There are rules and laws that follow. You can try to do anything. You can try to skip. You can try to not mortgage a property. You can try to break a rule. You can try to do something that's not broken the rule. You get caught or whatever the case might be, or you're not successful in breaking that rule or attempting to break that rule because you simply can't, and you respect the fact that you can't break that rule, so you withdraw your move, right? And you go back to the playing board and do another move. That, to me, is not being an authoritarian. An authoritarian is someone that's going to come in and say, I'm going to do this move. You say the rules say you can't do that move. I think the rules can. Ultimately, it's decided that the rule says that I can't, and I do it anyways. That is an authoritarian. Trump has attempted to try to use the legal framework and play and manipulate potentially the words or the interpretation of certain laws to his will to try and do something. And when he's unsuccessful at it, because the system simply says, we're not going to recognize the attempt, so you have to find another way, he withdraws that move and tries another move. That's not an authoritarian. That's someone that's trying. That's someone that's trying to play the game.
All right, man. So
right?
then you think that Trump is an authoritarian.
Then
you think that Trump is an authoritarian because his administration has been illegally redacting the Epstein files out of accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and they've done it anyways, even though Congress has reminded them that all it takes to understand that what they're doing is illegal is to read one sentence, Section 9, subsection C of the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Let's see how that ends. Let's see how that ends. Let's see if they actually do produce the redacted, the unredacted files, and let's see if that's going. That matter's not closed. I'm telling
the matter's not closed. The matter's not closed. Actually, no. According to Pam Bondi, it is.
It's not though.
It is. According to Pam Bondi, it is.
Okay. Well, okay. So let's talk about this. Show me an action.
According to Pam Bondi, it is,
and that he's proceeded.
There you go. This is an action of the Trump administration that's been deemed illegal, and then they proceeded. All right, they illegally redacted names from the Epstein files out of accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, such as the names of his the people associated with Epstein that abused children, or pretty much anybody other than the victims and survivors. In accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, redactions are only allowed to be made to conceal the identities, or personally identifiable information of minors and victims. That is the only time they're able to make redactions, okay? But the Trump administration and the Trump DOJ doesn't care. They don't fucking care. And they've just redacted them anyways. Another instance of them having something being deemed as illegal than doing it anyways would be during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, where they refused to pay out SNAP benefits with the use of emergency contingency funds, had a court and a judge in Rhode Island say that you were actually legally obligated to pay out of those funds, and they didn't do it. They ignored that court ruling. Another example would be the deportation of Abrigo Garcia. All right, SCOTUS ruled it was illegal, had to come home. They put out on the White House public Twitter account, he's never coming home, before that action was forced. All right, another really fucking good example here. Dude, I could literally go a day. Do you just want to start with this first three? And then also, just as a general thematic response to this claim that an authoritarian will do it anyways, even when they're stopped, I disagree. I completely disagree. Because I think that Donald Trump can try his hardest to engage in authoritarianism and still yet be inevitably limited because of the strength of our checks and balances. And if he's ultimately limited because of the strength of their checks and balances external to himself, I would still argue that he is an authoritarian because he wants to be an authoritarian. But if you could please respond to those three circumstances of something being deemed as illegal than them doing it anyways, I'd really appreciate it.
I'm happy to, Dean. Let's go over the three things you said, because you put a lot in there. And second, I know you're muting me. I understand you want to go on. You don't want me to interrupt you. Let's do a framework, like a 30-second respond time, so that way
just
I don't go over and I don't
please.
interrupt you. Okay, so what's the points you're asking me? Can you short and sweet? So
Yeah.
it's
One
not
example of him just like doing something illegal for fun. Okay, is the redactions in the Epstein files.
redaction in the Epstein files. So I'm not well versed on that matter or the legality of that matter. So you're asking me to debate that, and I don't. You have to give me more context. So what exactly happened? Right? That's not something I know enough to tell you.
I got you. So the Epstein Files Transparency Act, specifically Section 9, subsection B and C, says you can't redact the identity of somebody because of potential reputational harm, political establishment, public embarrassment, so on and so forth. That's Section 9, subsection B. Then Section 9, subsection C says you can only redact the personally identifiable information of people, okay, if they're victims, if they're survivors, if they're minors. Now,
so what was their reason for redacting it?
Now that
what was the Trump administration's position?
That's actually another thing. The bill also requires them to explain the redactions that they did make. Now, in response to all this, the Trump administration illegally started releasing the files after the legal deadline of December 19th. First move that would be considered authoritarian under your framework. Illegally refused to explain the redactions that they did make by mid-January. Second action that would be viewed as authoritarian under your framework. And then all throughout this mess has been illegally redacting the personally identifiable information of people other than victims. A good example of this would be the fact that there's over 950,000 illegal redactions of Donald Trump's name. Third, fourth, and millionth. Okay, authoritarian action. Okay, that under your framework, that the Trump administration is engaged in.
Okay, so for me to answer your question, I need just one question answered. I understand your position, why they redacted, why it's illegal, why you're saying the framework is illegal for them to do that. Makes sense? So far, I agree with you. What was the position? What was the explanation for it? Is there an explanation? Are we anticipating one?
The closest thing that we've gotten to an explanation, because obviously this went to court, was Pam Bondi and the DOJ arguing that there's no clear repercussions stated within the Epstein Files Transparency Act for what consequences they'll receive if they don't abide by the law. Therefore, there's not a court in America with the jurisdiction to force them to abide by the law, which once again, under your framework, only points us closer to authoritarianism.
So, okay. So let me just make sure I understand. So their position is that there's no clear defined consequence for this action. Because there's no clear defined consequence for this action, therefore, there's no way to enforce it. There's no court that will enforce it because we don't know what to enforce. Is that correct?
So basically, it's the acknowledgement that they're breaking the law, but arguing that no court in America could force them to abide by the law.
Because there's a lack of consequences associated with what happens when you break that law. Is that
Under
correct?
your framework and mine, clear authoritarianism.
Yeah, so I agree. I think there should be consequences for that. So I don't disagree with you at all. I think there should be consequences. I think that every person in America should think there's consequences for that and they should be looked at. I think that points more to a flaw of the system and, of course, more the flaw of that law and how that's enforced.
It's a flaw that is being exploited in the furtherance of authoritarianism.
100%. I think that flaw is being exploited, and there's been flaws being exploited.
But do you agree that it's being exploited in the furtherance of authoritarianism?
In the way that you're describing it to me, yes, I do.
Okay, so then you think that the Trump administration is authoritarian?
No, you're gonna interrupt me again when I say no, but I do think that if you are correct, because we don't know if that's correct though. We don't know if what you're saying is correct at this point. They put forward a real legal framework with our system. They're saying you can't prosecute this, and this isn't a law that you can prosecute because there's no consequences.
The only thing that matters here is if they broke the law, not if we could prosecute them for breaking the law. Because remember,
we have
your framework of identifying, if something is illegal, if something is authoritarian, is knowing that they can't do it, i.e. it's illegal, and doing it anyways. That was a framework that you set forth.
Okay, so but again, you're taking it out of context in this particular circumstance.
Oh, okay. So basically, you're telling me that your framework of authoritarianism does apply to the Trump administration, but somehow I'm taking your framework of authoritarianism out of context. And if we put your framework of authoritarianism into context, then it doesn't apply to the Trump administration. So what's the context of your framework to identify authoritarianism that I'm missing here when I'm using your logic to argue that the Trump admin is authoritarian, because they're knowingly breaking the law.
I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question right now. Okay. So again, just like if you murder someone in self-defense, that's a defense that allows you to commit the act that's illegal, that is legally defensible in a court setting. They are using a legal framework to get around the fact of what they've done because it's not prosecutable. It's the same idea of, well, he broke into my house in Florida and it's a ridiculous ass law that you can just break in and someone knocks on your door and you don't want them and shoot them in the face, right? But that's the law, man. So
You're actually
what I'm telling
wrong.
you,
That is a false analogy.
okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is
Can
their
I
legal
explain to
framework.
you why that's a false equivalence?
Sure. Can I explain? Make sure I understand.
After I
what I'm thinking I understand?
just quickly posit
But you can
this.
correct me. You can correct me. You can correct me 100%.
The issue with the equivalence that you just made is when you argue a self-defense, when you argue a defense of self-defense in retaliation to a murder charge.
Yes.
Okay. If you are successful, then the outcome is that you did not break the law. Okay.
So
and the
there's-
difference here
okay,
is
so
is when the DOJ argues that no court in America has the jurisdiction to prosecute them for breaking the law since there's no clear defined consequences for doing so. The consequence, if they are right, is not that therefore they didn't break the law. The consequence, if they're right, is therefore they did break the law, but no one can stop them.
So let me explain to you. Okay, can I give you? I understand your point. Correct? You're right. It's not correct analogy. Can I give you one that is similar? Let's call it the statute of limitations. There's such a thing that if you don't bring something, if someone wrongs you in statute of limitations and you don't bring it within a certain period of time, whether or not they did it or not, it's not enforceable or it can't be, you can't take them to court. Okay? Statute of limitations is the thing. Same with double jeopardy. There's a multiple events of things that can happen that can nullify the ability for prosecution to come after you. So what I'm trying to
Statute
tell
of
you, please
limitations
let me
is
finish
a
my
good
point.
example. That's actually equivalent.
Okay, so let's use statute of limitations. So they've used a legal framework that's on par with statute of limitations, that they're saying we found a loophole where we can do this because you have not created the proper legality to prosecute this by outlawing these things. So what we should do, if you agree that this is not something they should be able to do,
I have a question.
Yes.
The example of statute of limitations there is equivalent. You actually
Correct.
did pretty good with thinking about that. So if the Trump administration somehow, got the GOP in Congress to push a law to reduce the statute of limitations to any infraction of the law by the president to 3 microseconds, and then Trump went out and broke every fucking law on the book and continued to every day for the rest of his second term, broke the law, took power away from Congress to fucking pass laws, broke the law, nationalized the National Guard to stand in front of the Capitol building to prevent them from going in there and legislating to impeach him, broke the law,
Understood.
stopped paying out all federal benefits ever, passed executive orders to defund every system ever, broke the law to maybe even stop the 2028 election by telling the National Guard to go and seize the voting machines the day before the election's held, but then couldn't be prosecuted for breaking the law because he was able to get Congress to pass that law to reduce the statute of limitations to 3 microsecond for any infraction committed by himself. Would you argue that Trump is not an authoritarian in this hypothetical world?
So in your hypothetical world, let me just reiterate to make sure I understand. So you're saying in a situation where statute of limitations is limited to 3 seconds, he limits that, he passes a law that legally limits statute of limitations to 3 seconds. He utilizes that to pass all this outrageous shit that can't be undone because the law now allows him to do that as an authoritarian. Is that your question?
Yeah.
You let me answer fully, or you're going to cut me off as soon as I say what I'm going to say?
Yeah, just like your answer.
So if he goes through the legal process to reduce the statute of limitations to 3 seconds and it passes lawfully, and that is now a permitted thing to do, where anyone can do that, whether it's Trump, whether it's
whoever's
Obama,
serving in the presidency.
right, whoever's serving in the presidency can do that. No, I don't think he's an authoritarian for following the rules that are implemented. I think that so hold on, let me finish. I think that I would have the same opinion if someone came in and said, we're going to make mass immigration completely illegal. Everyone's going to get, if they passed everything on the other side, because the law passed. Who's passing this law? And why are you supporting such an outrageous law? Right? But hold on, Dean, you're laughing. But the reality is, for him to pass that, right? If the system allows him to pass that
Oh
law
my god.
properly through Congress,
Dude,
that's an issue with
crazy.
Congress.
So,
But
okay.
if you're asking my personal, hold on.
Wow,
So let me
dude,
clarify because
what-
I don't want you. Hold on.
Like-
I have a
like-
family, so let me
like,
let
you
me say something
understand-
really quickly.
You understand.
I don't agree.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
I don't
why
think lawful
everybody.
action. I don't think
I'm
lawful
gonna-
action is
Listen,
authoritarian.
I'm gonna tell you why every single person watching this live stream right now is clowning on your ass. Okay, it's because you
I don't
don't
think
even
anyone's clowning on
understand,
us.
bro. Look at the comment section.
It says fuck ICE, fuck Trump, fuck ICE, fuck Trump. That's all it says on fucking repeat.
Okay, to be fair, there's a lot of people spamming that. Just look at the fucking
Yeah, so
comment
I-
section. Like
No
half
one
of
is
them are
clowning you.
spamming.
I'm not.
Alright.
I'm clowning on you. I'm not clowning on him. There's
Like-
so look. Let's not
like,
get
dude,
into a silly
let me-
debate. We've
listen.
been so respectful this whole time.
Listen, the reason why everyone is clowning on you right now is because you are positing that authoritarianism is only authoritarianism, giving that it is strictly not just not legal. Okay, because you just accepted that those things would be illegal, but rather prosecutable. Okay? But the thing is authoritarianism in practice is usually legal in the country where it's practiced. Kim Jong-un's word is law in North Korea. So in accordance with your position, Kim Jong-un is not an authoritarian. Hitler's word became law in Nazi Germany. Therefore, in accordance with your word, okay, Hitler was not an authoritarian. Even in the draconian hypothetical that I just gave you of Donald Trump literally stopping the 2028 election illegally, but nobody has the ability to prosecute him because he was able to get the statute of limitations on that crime like reduced to 3 microseconds. You said that that wouldn't be authoritarian. And I feel like this is maybe the bigger issue with the MAGA movement in America today. Y'all spend your time trying to find any sympathetic argument to define Donald Trump as something other than dog shit. And I mean, this cult-like behavior, Johnny, has led you to saying, if Trump literally stopped elections and became a dictator, he wouldn't be an authoritarian. That's what you said. You said if he stopped the midterm elections, if he stopped the next general election, if he stayed in power until the day he died because of it, under your view, you just explicitly said that he would not be an authoritarian. I think I've demonstrated my point, Johnny. I'm going to move on to the next guest. Appreciate you for coming up here. I hope that you revisit that argument. I think that you're smart enough to recognize that you're wrong. To be fair, you were much smarter than the average person that we have on this stream. So I definitely think that you're much smarter than most people who join. Therefore, you're smart enough to realize why you were wrong. So I'll expect you to maybe reflect on that view for a week, 2 weeks, then come back and tell us you were wrong. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Somebody in the chat said you didn't even let him respond, bro. We don't even need to let him respond, dude. Yeah, you like, I mean, dude straight up said that if Trump stopped elections and became a dictator, he wouldn't be an authoritarian. Like, I'm not even like misrepresenting his argument either. Like, I'm not even misrepresenting it. You know, like you'd expect that to be me, like making his argument like really dramatic and really pulling it out and really misrepresenting it. No, that's what he said. He said, if Trump stopped the next election, he wouldn't be like, no misrepresentation. Delulu, bro. Holy shit. What's up, Jesse? Do you support Trump? Okay, Jesse automatically left. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Really appreciate it if y'all could do your best to try to abide by and follow the rules set forth on live, y'all. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, if you want to support what we do here, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio everywhere, including in the link tree, my bio, my TikTok account. The handle's right there at the top of the phone screen, and they're in the pinned message over on YouTube. I appreciate y'all for that love. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, they're not here, bro. Moving on to the next guest, Haas. In the meantime, while we're getting Haas up.
Okay, I got a question.
Do you support Trump?
Can I just say this? My
Do you support
dad told
Trump?
me I'm a fucking... No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, Haas. Thank you so much for coming up. Moving on to the next guest. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. We got J-Dog and Ryan Marty loading in. What's going on, J-Dog? Do you support Trump?
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump, J-Dog?
What's a Trump?
Okay. Ryan, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. How old are you? Oh, shit, bro. Sorry, I accidentally disconnected you. Feel free to hop back inside of that queue. My bad, bro. I was trying to kick the other guy, and then I accidentally kicked both of you. There, look, guys, let me know if you see like Ryan in the chat. I'll look for you in the queue. Holy shit, man, the queue's loaded. Hi, do you support Trump?
Fuck no.
Okay, base man. We are just looking for Trump supporters right now. I appreciate you so much for coming up. What was that guy's last name? Ryan started with an M? I'll look for it. In the meantime, we'll keep on trying to find a guest. Hi, do you support Trump?
Have you ever supported a third party?
What's that?
Have you ever supported a third party?
An election? No.
Like besides
support
the
Trump?
Republican Democrat. So, have you ever thought to think that maybe like the Democrats and Republicans are parties are created to divide our country as a whole to make it easier to control us? And have you ever considered that maybe?
Nice question.
Any third party?
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, take care. We're going to move on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Holy crap. Follow our rules, please. Yeah, we very clearly shouldn't have a two-party system, though. Very clearly should not have a two-party system. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm from New Zealand.
Okay. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Right, that one guy up here. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, but I love your content.
Bro, where'd that one guy go? Dude, holy fuck. Dude, that one guy was like the only Trump supporter in the stream and I accidentally kicked him. Are you fucking kidding me? On God, I was trying to kick the other guy. On God, I was trying to kick the other guy. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please, folks, follow the rules. All right, we're going to go to get the next guest, Elliot, loaded up into the box, y'all. Real quick, Chaos, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you so much for that love, Chaos. Show some love to Chaos down below. That is K-H-A-O-S. Chaos with the $20 says, I would just like to say that this debate is how change happens. Dean has his points, and the other guy has his points, and in the end, they should meet in the middle, and this is what should be happening in our government. Well, Chaos, I appreciate you for the $20, but I may have to disagree with you. I think that there's a lot of topics where it's actually not a good thing to meet in the middle. Like, I don't really want to meet in the middle over fact and fiction. I don't want to meet in the middle between human rights and human rights abuse. Y'all in the chat are saying he's here. Okay. Listen, man. I'll continue to look for him. Hey, Teddy, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Pro. Holy shit. We got the next guest, Bill, loading up in. Hi, Bill. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What year were you born in?
I support Trump because he knows how to suck a mean dick. Yeah.
I was not expecting that from him. I was not expecting that from him in the slightest, man. Like, he really had that, like, southern country voice. Like, I was honestly expecting to get fucking berated by that guy. I was expecting that guy to say, Dane, you're a goddamn grifter. You're paid by the DNC. And quite frankly, fuck you. You know what I mean? I wasn't expecting that. Welcome in, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
25.
All right, man. Give me one moment here. I got to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic to you. Yo, Kat, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much, Kat. Kat with the 20 Canadian says Kim Jong-un's word is law in North Korea, so he's not a dictator. Yeah, apparently, according to that last guess, he's just not an authoritarian at all, not a dictator. Like, holy fuck. All right, what a mess. Ben, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, man. Seriously, thank you so much, Ben. Show some serious fucking love to Ben down below in that comment section. Ben with the $25 says, if legality was a test, no regime ever would call itself authoritarian. They all had paperwork. Yeah, right? Yeah, no, legality is a test for authoritarianism, I guess. Dude, that's just such a crazy position. Thank you for the $25, Ben. Show some love to Ben. Same thing to you, Jack. Thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for your patience with these indefensibles. Is there any truth to the unredacted Epstein files being released in Germany? I haven't investigated that claim. I'd assume if they were released in Germany, then we'd know about it. But thank you. Thank you so much for the $20, Jack. Show some love to Ben and Jack. Thank you guys. Then Ben, thank you for another $10. Thank you so much for that love, Ben. Hannah, thank you for the $15. He says, on almost zero sleep thanks to work, but tuning in anyways because of these Trump supporters are quote unquote something. Appreciate you as always for doing these lives. Well, I hope that you get some sleep, Hannah. It might be worth it to put the stream down to get some Z's, but I appreciate you for being here and thank you for the $15. Same thing to Katie. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, do you know if there's a reputable person to take tips to? It's not in the main files. I'm confused on what you're asking me, Katie. If you want to word that question in a different way, I'll happily try my best to answer it. But thank you so much for the $20. Same thing to you, Nolan. Thank you so much, Nolan, for the $20 as well, who says, Mean Dean, mask off. You are doing a lot to ensure the future is a better place. Have you debated QAnon grandma again or her granddaughter? No, man, we haven't heard from QAnon grandma in ages now. I'd love to, see where she's at today. Hopefully she's still with us. I'd love to have a conversation with her. Then Niri, N-I-R-Y, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. He says, my ex was an undocumented immigrant working construction, making money, no cheap labor because no one wants to work, long hours, weather, and that's why these CO are having issues finding workers. ITIN, yes, they pay to be in good terms for when they can apply for citizenship, and these companies require it. No, there's a lot of companies that do legally hire undocumented immigrants in good stand-ins, but it just doesn't happen all the time, if that makes any sense. But thank you so much for the $15. Same thing to Miguel, thank you for the 5. R, thank you for the 5. And then Jack, thank you so much for the $10. He says, hey, I just turned 18 a couple minutes ago, and I watch you every single night in the background while I skate. Keep on doing what you're doing. I'd assume that you meant to say months ago, because you were cooking those MAGAs. Well, happy belated 18th birthday, Jack. Thank you for the $10, and I appreciate y'all all for the support. Same thing goes to Abby. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, thank you for doing all the work you do to change these people's minds. And then Caroline, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. I appreciate y'all. Show some love to all of our donors. Seriously, thank you guys so much. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio, and TikTok. Pin message in that YouTube stream, and the handle for the V and the Pure right there on the top of the phone screen. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president.
Well, I guess it's just that he's our president, and I want to support whoever's in presidency.
Okay, why? Like, holy shit, like, I'd assume that's a pretty bad idea. Like, we should only support those in power if they're doing good for us. Right? Clearly, we shouldn't support those in power if they're doing bad for us. So we should be critical of giving our support to those in power, and we can't just give it to them baselessly.
Well, I'm for either or. Like, I'm not 100% in support of Trump, but I'm not.
But so, like, if you just pass like the fuck you die bill tomorrow, and then everyone died, would you still support him?
Well, no.
Okay. So if he does bad things, you won't support him. So in order for you to defend your support for Trump, you have to argue that overall he's net positive for the country, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then defend that proposition, please.
I guess I haven't really looked into his policies lately or anything that he's doing lately.
So you can't defend that proposition?
No, I guess I can't.
So do you feel like this life is the best place for you to be?
Probably not. I was hoping to get like more insight on stuff.
Yeah, man, if you just want to learn more, then I'd highly recommend that you watch a live stream, dude. I think that there's a lot of positive takeaways there, and I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you are following our rules and you support Trump as president. Please and thank you. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah. How was your Valentine's Day?
It was okay. I hear Discord in the background.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And then you asked me a question that I didn't hear.
Oh, yeah. Did you use protection?
Are you asking me about my sex life with my girlfriend?
I'm saying, did you use protection? We don't need no Dean babies running around.
But like, just like to clarify, are you asking me about my sex life with my girlfriend?
I did, but you don't have to answer.
Question. Do you typically ask strangers on the internet about their sex life with their partners?
We're best friends, Dean.
No, I don't know you.
I'm not a stranger. Oh, my bad. Okay, so before we start this debate, do you support Trump?
What a weirdo. What a weirdo. Dude, MAGA's weird. I'm sorry. They just are. They're really weird, dude. They're like really fucking weird, man. Moving on to the next guest, Gavin. Dude.
Hello, Dean.
Welcome in, man. Give me a second here. Glory, this just came through. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Glory. Glory with the $20 says, I'm 55 and found you and Parker about a year ago and think you both are amazing. The amount of things that you know is awesome. I've learned so much and appreciate you so much for what you do. Oh, thank you so much, Glory. You are around the same age as my parents. I hope that, when I'm 55, I'm still out there learning. And I appreciate you so much for being so kind about what we do here. And thank you for the support. Same thing goes to you, Madeline. Thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Madeline. Show some love to Madeline down below. And then Ryan, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, I'll play nice if you let me up again. If that was the same Ryan that was in the queue, I'm sorry. I'm looking for you inside of the queue, but the issue is that the fucking queue shifts really fucking fast. Like it's like actively, you could see it jumping in front of my face. So like every 3 seconds it changes. So sometimes it is just incredibly hard to identify somebody in the queue. But like I said, I'll continue to look for you. But anyways, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, and I support Tashika.
How old are you?
I am 21, January 27th, 2005. I don't know the exact time I was born.
Wait, do people like you actually exist?
Maybe.
Is this like a troll?
No, Tashika. What did she do wrong exactly? Or Trump?
So you support Tashika and Trump?
Yeah.
You're
like you can call it like a little. I'm not trolling them.
Get out of my box, bro. You're definitely a troll. Get the fuck out.
Join!
Dude, we literally have Mr. Evil over here.
W LARPer! W LARPer!
What's up?
W
You support Trump?
LARPer! You were a LARPer. I love you, man. You were a W LARPer. Remember when you used to do Money Grew? You were a W LARPer, man.
So true.
You were
so
a
true.
LARPer.
Yeah, absolute grift. Absolute grift. So do you support Trump?
You were a grifter. Remember when you used to LARP it all the money? Remember your Louis
the absolute-
Vuitton
the
duffel
absolute-
bag just
Yeah,
dropped in
yeah.
Miami?
Yeah, the Louis Vuitton
Remember
duffel bag.
that? Remember
Yeah.
that?
Hell yeah, I do. On the PJ to LA.
You
Now,
made
do
so
support
much
Trump?
money and you sold a book about it.
Yeah. Your ego's a problem. Your ego's a problem. Now, do you support Trump?
No.
All right, you have a good rest of your day, man. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got the next guest, Jared, loading up into the box. I don't know what the fuck that guy's problem was. Yo, Ale, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you for supporting that grift,
This
Ale.
one don't even charge like anymore. It don't even work.
I'm going to thank you
Don't
here
know
in
how
one
to
moment,
fix it.
Ale. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Nope. See, I can't fix this. I don't know where it fucking needs to be.
Jared?
Jared, you need an iPhone.
Believe me, Atlanta, I
can't
know I
take
do.
it.
I don't have the money to buy one. I've been trying to support you guys.
It sounds like Jared's maybe a little bit too busy to be having a debate. We're going to move on to the next guest. Like I was saying, I was in the middle of thanking Ale for the $20 over on Super Chat. Just to finish that up, Ale with the $20 donation on Super Chat says just a soft way to say that they are bigots. I hope that you're able to keep this up. I know it's draining. I don't know how you do it. How do you deal with a quote-unquote, don't tread on me dad? He was an amazing father as a kid, but now he's intolerable. Man, honestly, I am probably not qualified to give you insight into how to navigate a relationship with a parent like that. You know, like both my parents do happen to be Trump supporters, but you know, they tolerate me and I tolerate them, and we have an all right relationship. So I guess I don't really know how to navigate those situations. I'd recommend asking a therapist. They'd probably be able to give you a better answer than I would. I'm not going to lie. Ivana, thank you so much for the $1 over on PayPal. Thank you. Still looking for that next guest, folks. It's becoming incredibly hard for us to find anybody that supports Trump to bring up here to have a conversation with us. We got Cowdog loading in. Hello, Cowdog. Do you support Trump?
Yo, how's that anxiety pin?
Yeah, dude, it's hitting today. Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, take care. Moving on to the next guest, bro. We are trying our very best. Katie, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Katie. Katie with the 25 says, hey man, I watch your live streams every day. You give me hope for the future. I know these maggots are tiring, but what you do is worth it. Keep up the good work. You know, that's what I keep telling myself. I get really tired out on a day-by-day basis. But then like the combining effect of what we do here, I think is a positive thing. So thank you so much for the $25, Katie. And then same thing to Tiffany. Thank you for the $10 who says, you, Parker, and Santana have become a nightly show for my family and I. Dude, heck yeah, Tiffany. I bet you and your family are doing great. Huge shout out to y'all. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 16 times 2.
Okay. All right. I don't know what to do in this scenario, folks. I'm telling y'all to abide by the rules, and you are not. I will only bring you up if you're an American adult that supports Trump, and that's it. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so tell us why you support the worst president of your life, please, and thank you.
I mean, I wouldn't call him that, but yeah, I support him for many reasons. The border, and then no men and women's sports.
The border, no men and women's sports. Okay, well, we've been talking about the border and immigration all day long, so let's talk about that second point. So you'd say, like, if a man went into a private women's only space, that you wouldn't think too highly of him. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's right. Would you ever vote for a trans woman? Okay, because when you say men, I know that you're talking about trans women. And by the way, trans women are not men. Trans women are women. But would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president if they'd done it all, played in the women's sports, gone into the women's bathroom?
No, not at all.
No, you never. Okay, so if there's somebody who you think is a man that has like gone into a woman's bathroom, you never vote for them to be president.
No.
Okay. So here's Donald Trump not just admitting to barging in to a woman's changing room, but like actively abusing the fact that he was the owner of the changing room to get in there to then look at them while they were naked.
What you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So basically, in summation, you never vote for Trump.
That's the Howard Stern show, though, man. He's a shock jock.
Oh, he's a shock jock. Yeah, that's his whole thing, right? Maybe that's why Howard Stern actually asked Trump to clarify if he was like telling the truth, or to clarify that this is something that Trump has actually done. And then Trump is like, "Yeah, man, I've actually done this."
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I can see. Yeah.
yeah.
I can see it.
So you're not a Trump supporter.
I am. I'm still a Trump supporter.
Wait, but you just
I
said that you
feel-
never support somebody like Trump as president because he's barged into a woman's dressing room and then looked at the naked people inside. Do you want me to roll back the VOD? How about we do that now? Now that you've heard that clip of what Donald Trump said, and everyone else has too, let's just like reflect on what Zach said before I played that clip. I think that we're all going to hear a very strong like anti-MAGA, anti-Trump sentiment. Is that the fucking cue shifts? That's right. Would you ever vote for a trans woman? Okay, because when you say men, I know that you're talking about trans women. And by the way, trans women are not men. Trans women are women. But would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president if they'd done it all, played in the women's sports, gone into the women's bathroom?
No, not at
No,
all.
you never. Okay, so if there's somebody who you think is a man that has like gone into a woman's bathroom, you never vote for them to be president.
No.
Wow. Okay. So here's Donald Trump. Not just so to clarify, it does really sound like you said you'd never support Trump there.
Okay, yeah, I did. You give me a lot to think about. I did. I seriously did. I said the wrong thing. So yeah, I'm not. I guess I'm not going to support him anymore.
Okay. Thumbs
I'm
up.
serious. I'm 100% serious.
You are?
100% serious. I don't know why you don't think I am, but because that face, you kind of made a face where you're like, I don't believe you. But
well, okay, all right. I appreciate you so much for coming up, but sounds like that's a changed mind. Take that as a W in my book. You take care. We are Wow. Sorry, that's like the once in the blue moon reaction. You know, like 99 out of 100 times they're like, no, I still support Trump. And then they like spin a web of like cognitive like bullshit, cognitive decline and lies. But like that guy was like, nope, you got me. Listen, folks, here's where I put my money. He recognized he didn't have a way out. And the only thing he could do to maintain reasonability was to say that he didn't support Trump.
All these quotes are here. I mean, you got.
Right. He recognized that the only way to maintain consistency and reasonability was to say that he does not support Trump. So then that's what he said. But he probably still truly does support him. But this is still like a good thing, right? Because this is like...
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Welcome in, man. 1 second. This is at least like the logical recognition from him that he shouldn't support Trump. Now he just has to fight through that cognitive dissonance and connect that logical recognition into an emotional recognition. What's up, Jared? Do you support Trump?
I did.
You did, but you don't anymore?
Man. I don't know. I'm on the fence.
Oh, you're on the
fence. I'm on the fence, man, because I'm seeing things that are just not right. Not things that he said he was going to do things, and then he's done like worse things, crazier things. I don't know. I think he's over top sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see if we could get you off that fence. Before we hop into our dialogue, is it all right with you if I just thank a couple people for some donations?
Do your thing, man. Do your thing. I'm patient.
I appreciate that, man. First and foremost, Mad Daddy Moonshine. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, bro. It is good to see ya. I want to see 100 Mad Daddy W's down below in that comment section. Same thing goes to you, Piper. Put you on mute here just because of the child in the background. Piper, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the support, Piper. You do not know how far $50 goes where I live. You know, I live in a pretty small town. It goes a long way. So I genuinely do really appreciate you. If we could please get 500 Piper W's down below in the chat, it would mean the world to me. Thank you so much, Piper. Same thing to Melissa. Thank you so much for the 10 cents. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $1. And we are all caught up over there to catch up on PayPal. Catherine, thank you so much for the $15 donation who just says thank you. Well, thank you, Catherine. Thank you so much. And then Chris sent a $20 donation in who says your patience with the bonehead maggots is inspirational and definitely drink worthy. If you're ever in Fort Wayne in Indiana, first round of shots is on me. You know what? If I ever find myself out there, Chris, I'll make sure to find you. Thank you so much for the love, man. Then two more. Glory, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It says, please don't read. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Gloria. I'll go ahead and keep that one to myself. Thank you so much for the love. And guys over on YouTube, you know, just, you know, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Thank you so much for that love, Gloria. I'd also like to quickly show some love to Hannah for the $15 donation over on Venmo. Hannah did not attach a message and just sent the love like literally 3 seconds ago. I appreciate you so much for that love, Hannah. All right, man. Mike, the floor is yours. What I'm first of all curious about is this. What has you leaning towards Trump on that fence? Like, what can I do? What can I say to just push you off that fence and have you running away from the Trump administration? What's holding you back from considering yourself to be firmly anti-Trump?
Hey, I don't mean to answer like a question with a question, but
that's fine.
My first question is, do you believe in God?
I'm agnostic.
Okay. I'm not sure. See, that doesn't mean that we're not right on the same beliefs of the Trump situation. but I believe in God myself, and I didn't know if you did or not. So that's the
Well, we
first
could
question I
have
wanted to
this.
ask.
We could have this
just-
conversation through the lens of Christianity. I don't mind. Okay, I could assume Christianity for this convo.
That's fine.
It's fine with me.
So I just need to give you like a little bit of background before I tell you like everything that's made me switch my situation. Is that a problem?
I mean, I think I'm curious in just kind of hearing like what's holding you back from stop supporting Trump as president and like pushing you off that fence. But if your background, kind of comes up in that, feel free to bring it up. But like I said, I'm just really interested in getting an answer to that question. Like, why are you still on that fence?
My answer straight up to that question is, and to put it in, I'm sorry to cut you off, and to put it in any words, I didn't mean to cut you off at all, so I apologize sincerely for that straight off the bat. But I want to say the thing that has really pushed me, because I used to love Trump. I was a #1 supporter. Like, I believed in everything he said, thought he was doing what he should for the country, everybody, was going to be more successful in life. We were going to be a better country. Because honestly, right now, if you ask me, our country is shit. The government doesn't understand what they're doing. There's things that I think need to be different. And he's a bully. He's just a bully, I feel like. I feel like you can't just bully your way through life and get to where you want to be, because sometimes the bully gets his ass whooped. And I'm sorry for my language on live. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the truth. I've seen that in life myself.
Yeah, I mean, everything that you just said is true. So why are you still on the fence? Because it sounds like the sentiment that you just described should amount to the conclusion. Like, no, I'm not on the fence. I definitely don't support him because he's a bully. No, I'm not on the fence. I definitely don't support him because the country's shit.
I love how he's outspoken and he speaks his mind like that. And I love some of the attributions and some of the qualities that he has as a person and a president. I love how I think he's more for us than any president, honestly, has been in a long time. And I'll give him that.
Holy shit.
So
you are literally, wow, you might be the most fence sitter I've ever spoken to. Because on one hand, you're like, the country is shit and he's an absolute fucking bully. But on the other hand, I literally love him. And I think that there's a lot of great about him. And he's the most pro-American president we've ever had because of his outspokenness. That is you are literally Mr. Fence Sitter himself. Okay.
Yes.
I don't even know what to do here, because you recognize a lot of the downfalls of Trump, but then you're like, well, I still really think he's the most pro-American president we ever. Typically, I'd counter that claim by bringing up all the downfalls of Trump to indicate him to not be a pro-American president. I don't know.
It's so hard because I see I judge a person off of their actions. I don't judge them off words. You can't show me nothing by speaking anything to me. I've been through it all. I've seen it all in life, and nothing speaks to me louder than your actions.
Well, I think that words can communicate one's mental state. So, and I think it's okay for us to judge people off of their mental states, and words can communicate their mental states. So that's why it's in many circumstances okay to judge people based upon their words.
Yes, I agree. Listen, I sent you a private message, and I was like, hey, I would love to have a one-on-one because I know you're trying to get more people in here, but you and we could have an intelligent conversation on a different level than most can have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what about this? So you said that you think he's a pretty pro-American president?
I think in ways. I think in some, he talks a great game, and he's done some good things, I feel like. But then again, he's really starting World War III for our country. I don't think people realize what is coming.
But
people don't realize
I don't think that you can simultaneously believe that he's pro-American and starting World War III for a country. I think that those two beliefs are contradictory to one another.
I think he's just going overboard is what I'm trying to say. I think.
But it's that overboardness that you're describing that makes him not pro-America.
In ways, but then again, he's trying to set us in a place different than the other countries and trying to make a point of, hey, you can't mess, because listen, if we seem weak in any way, our country, they're going to invade us. That's the facts. They want to take America over so bad. China, Russia, North Korea, they want us so bad gone and out of the picture that they will do anything to make us crash.
We will never get invaded.
I wouldn't say never. I really wouldn't say never.
I truly don't think that we will ever get invaded.
I think
not only because of our military advantage, but also just because of our geographical location. The biggest advantage that would prevent an invasion of mainland America is our geographical positioning. It makes an invasion like near impossible, unless you're like Canada.
I'm not saying they're gonna like bomb us or like bring troops on ships over here or nothing like that. No, they're smarter than that, man. They're gonna come in. They're gonna seem like civilians. They're gonna gain their permission to live in America. You know what I mean? And I don't agree with ICE, so we're not even gonna get on that. But they're way crazy. They're overboard, dude. They're doing too much. They should get rid of the people that don't need to be here, but you shouldn't be killing them. You know what I mean? Come on, man.
Okay. Is there anything that Trump could do that would push you off the fence and make you stop supporting him? I'm sorry, you were like probably the most interesting person that's ever joined this live. Like I'm so confused by you. So I don't even like just how about let's just start with that question.
That question is, dude, I don't know. I think he's doing some good things by making us stand strong and firm on who we are as America, because that's who we were built on. That's what we were built on. That's our country. But I also feel like he's going to push it so far that they're going to be like, you're testing me, bro, and I'm going to show you that we're not weak either.
Well, here's the thing. I don't really think that Donald Trump is standing on, the values that should be representative of America. Because I don't think that the values...
But he is doing... Listen, that's why I'm so contradicted, and that's why I'm so on the fence, is because he's doing the right thing in some senses, in some ways. But then again, he's
Can you give me an example?
Examples like, jeez. We've all seen what's been going on. We don't know what's true or real, though, either. We hear the news, and they're false media sometimes. So we're seeing things that we don't know are even real or true. So we have to go off what we can get. Like, you have to really go and dissect things.
Could you give me, like, a clear example of Trump being pro-America?
By standing up for us, first and foremost. By showing that you're not going to mess with us.
Could you give me, like, a clear example of him, quote-unquote, standing up for us?
Showing Venezuela that you're not going to send drugs into our country, so I'm going to come kidnap your president.
Well, I don't think that he kidnapped their president because of drugs, or else he wouldn't have pardoned ex-Honduran president, Honduran president that trafficked 400 tons of the sea drug into America. He probably went and captured Maduro for their oil, right?
Yeah, I agree with that too. So
right? And then also America's only important as the American people. The actual structures of our government, they only matter insofar as how they serve the American people.
Right.
You take the people away from America, and America is meaningless. Right?
Meaningless.
And that's really why I think that Donald Trump is anti-American. Because he's not for the American people. We saw him pass the big, beautiful bill that took healthcare away from 10 million low-income American people, food stamps away from 3 million low-income American people, reduced the purchasing power for 156 million American people. Right. We saw him direct his puppets in Congress to not renew that ACA subsidy, so now the health care premiums are going up for 45 million American people. We saw him refuse to abide by a court order during the last 12 days of a government shutdown to not pay out food stamp benefits, which then starved 45 million American people. Then again, we've seen him silence and oppress so many American people, regardless of that's them being murdered at the hands of agents of the states or not being advocated for via the repression and redaction of the identities of the abusers in the Epstein files to about 1 billion other things too, right? I don't think that you can be pro-America while being against the American people, which is exactly why I don't think that Donald Trump is pro-America.
That's what's so contradicting of him is he shows all that, but then his actions speak like, nah, you're not going to mess with us. I'm going to be the bully. I'm going to do what I got to do. And then those things are, they're awesome. I'm proud. Hey, yeah, you're not going to mess with us anymore. You're not going to take America lightly anymore because our people look so stupid because of the people that run this country on both sides. That's either way. So I'm honestly the kind of person that just goes with who is doing what they should for our people.
Okay, well,
I believed in Trump at first.
I
believed in Trump at first.
But so you understand that Trump is bullying the U.S., right? Right, you're saying that he positions himself strongly to bully other countries. He's bullying us. He's fucking bullying us, dude. Everything that I just went over is him bullying us. No, he's not positioning America
Yeah, but
as
then again,
the world dominant country. He's positioning himself as the world's most dominant man, not just over
that's wrong.
every other country in the world, but over the people in this country too.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that. I totally agree with you on that right there. But then again, he's gave us more jobs and more job opportunities than we've ever had in our life. So,
Actually,
and he's made our economy better. He's made our economy better in ways since, you know what I mean? We did lose, but I'll tell you this, people did lose like their Obamacare and stuff like that. That stuff was great for the people that were low income.
Do you mind if I correct you real quick?
Go ahead.
We've actually gotten the worst jobs reports in like decades under Trump's second term. Last year, 2025, worst annual job report since 2003 if we ignore recessions. We only added like 180,000 jobs to the totality of the economy. And then in January of this year, worst single month January jobs report since 2009, and last year, most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008.
Yeah, it was bad. I know that stuff was bad for sure. For sure. But how much of that is really real? I mean, they report and they say that. But
because it's the Trump administration that's reporting that, if anything, we'd expect the figures to be worse than they actually are because they'd only have an incentive to make the numbers look better. They have no incentive to make the numbers look worse.
That's what I was saying. So either way, us American people we're always lied to by anyone on the government side because they don't tell us the truth for some reason on everything.
Josephina, I appreciate you for the galaxy. How about this, man? It just kind of sounds like you're confused, and you should spend some more time like thinking these things through. I really do.
Holes.
Yeah, and I really do hope that the conversation that we've had so far is, kind of helped you out in that. I think what I recommend to you is just kind of watching the lives and hearing me out for what I have to say in reference to, what all the Trump supporters are coming up touting all that. Good.
I believe in you, bro. I love I love a lot of things you say, and but I'm not the kind of person that's going to judge somebody by something I don't agree with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm going to hear both sides every time, and that's why I love you, dude, because you're awesome, dude. You give it raw. You give it great. You speak the truth, and I respect you so much for that, and that's why I watch you, dude. I live in Indiana, and I watch you.
I appreciate you so much for coming up here, Jared, and I wish you the very best of luck on your pursuit of the truth. You take care, all right?
All right, man. My stepdaughter, she's the one that showed me you, and I just had to give her a little shout out because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't know your side. So I thank her too. I thank my stepdaughter, Elena. So cool, man. I appreciate it. Have a good night, brother.
Yeah, you take care. Shout out to Elena. Wow, honestly, one of the more pleasant guests we've ever had. Wow, he's so close. He's so close. He's really close. That's insane, man. What's up, Josh? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I am 22 years old. May 25th, 2003.
Okay. Give me one moment here. I just want to thank a couple people. Mad Daddy Moonshine, I appreciate you so much for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you so much for that love, Mad Daddy. You've been so kind to me, man, and just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Same thing goes to you, Jared. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Jared. That is Jared. I appreciate you for supporting me, and I appreciate you for supporting what we do. Same thing goes over to you, Chris. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that kindness, man. Show some love to Jared, Chris, and Mad Daddy Moonshine. Thank y'all so much. A couple people to thank on PayPal. First and foremost, Allison, thank you for the 2. Augustine, thank you so much for the 5. And then Annabelle, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, love your content. Kind of disappointed with your mods on TikTok muting me for no reason. Yeah, guys, only mute people in the chat over on TikTok if they're like, I don't know, like spamming slurs and gross shit, so on and so forth. But thank you so much for the $10, Annabelle, as well as Rachel. Thank you so much for the $15 donation. Let's get 150 Rachel W's, who says, W, entertainment and learning through your stream. Appreciate your knowledge. I've watched almost daily and laugh randomly, so keep up the good work. Well, I'm happy that you've been enjoying the streams, Rachel, and thank you so much for supporting them. I appreciate you for that $15 donation, as well as Miss Juliet. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Juliet, thank you so much for that love, Juliet. That is Juliette. Juliet, the fucking goat, with the $50 donation says, move to Europe to escape my MAGA parents. I appreciate the work you do. Juliet, you are living my dream. I wish I could be in Europe right now. God damn. Thank you so much for the $50, Juliet. That is so incredibly kind. Same thing from you, Atlas. Thank you so much for the $25 donation, who just drops a smiley face and says, don't read this next part out loud. Okay, I'll keep that to myself. Thank you for the $25, Atlas, and I hope that you're doing well. I know that you've been watching for a long time, man. Thank you so much for the $25. Same thing to Phil. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Philip. And yeah, we're all caught up. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. You can find the handle at the top of the phone screen on TikTok. You could also find the handle to the Venmo and the PayPal and the pin message over on that YouTube stream. You could attach a message and I'll do my best to read it out loud. Now, Mr. Josh Richards, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, sorry, I was just talking to someone. I support him for a certain amount of different reasons. I would say like economy. I would say the foreign affairs that he's been doing with other countries. There's multiple different amounts of reasons that I would support him, mainly just because I think he's truly actually patriotic.
Okay. So when he says that we just need to throw the Constitution out the window, fuck its amendments and its articles, is that an example of his gallery
I don't
patriotism?
think he actually really said that, though, right? I mean, you could pull up videos of him maybe like saying things out of context. That's really all you liberals really have. But I don't think you could actually really make that concrete evidence, right?
well, no, we definitely could look at a statement that he posted on Truth Social in December of 2022, when he just straight up said that we should terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those that are found within the Constitution. Not to mention, that's what he's been trying to do. When he's like, nationalize elections! That means fuck the second article. When he's like, I can pass legislation without Congress. That's saying fuck the first article. When he's like, it's illegal to criticize me in the media. That's saying fuck the First Amendment.
Is this going to get heated? Do you want to get heated?
I don't want to get heated. That's just me speaking with passion, bro.
Okay.
Do you know what passion is, little bro?
I think yeah, it sounds like you have plenty of it, but
yeah,
I think those
I'm very
donations that were
passionate.
coming through, you're faking donations. You're faking donations to make people send more money. You're lying. You're acting like a populist, but in reality, you're more like a Satan worshiping devil piece of shit.
You came up here. Oh yeah, hi Dean. I support Trump because I think he's a patriot. And then I'm like, hey, no, listen. This is how he's attacked the first article, the second article, then the first couple of amendments. And then you're like, you know what? Fuck you, Dean. You are a Satan worshiping liar that is lying about donations.
I never
How do we get from 100
that.
to...
I don't think you could really say that about me. I don't think I've said anything remotely close to those words, but you can take words out of my mouth and say things out of context all you want. It's completely fine. Just won't really go anywhere.
No, that is exactly what you said. And by the way, no, I don't fake donations. Like the one I just
Okay.
got from Michaela over with a $5 on Venmo who says, a fake donation. Keep on doing what you're doing. No, that's not fake at all. They just they said $5 to
Sweet,
support the work. So
Send me some then.
no, I think that you just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and stop being such a little communist begging for handouts.
Okay. Well, I would like to ask you
So why do you think that I
about...
fake my donations?
I was just making a joke. You don't have to get so serious about me. It was just a joke. You're getting your panties in a bunch.
Okay, well, Christina, thank you so much for the $1 over on PayPal for the fake donation. All right. It was just a joke. I think that you're the fucking joke, Josh.
Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, like I said, because you said that Trump is a patriot. I'm like, no, actually, he's called for the termination of the Constitution, hates it.
Well,
He's
yeah, but I
on the
think
first
that
article, the second article, and all these amendments. And then your response was to call me a Satan-worshipping devil.
I think
So when you call me a
Harris is
Satan-worshipping
running for-
devil,
okay.
was that also like a joke?
Who knows? I don't know what you do behind closed doors. But the thing is, when you have Kamala Harris running for president, and there's a group of Christian people who are trying to speak with her, and she says, you're not welcome here, I don't think that's patriotic when our country's majority Christian.
Okay, well, who she said that wasn't welcome there was the pro-Trump, anti-Kamala Harris protesters.
Yeah, and they were saying,
right?
Jesus loves you, and she said,
After
actually,
being
you're
like,
not allowed
y'all
here.
should go support the
actually,
guy who okay, go ahead. You know, I'm interrupting you. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that she was basically ranting about how Christians aren't allowed in America, and I think that's completely ridiculous. They basically want to kind of reallocate all Muslims into America and make America a Muslim country. And hey, don't get me wrong, I've met Muslims before, I've seen Muslims, they're cool people. I have nothing wrong with different religions, but I think that wanting to get rid of Christians and replace them with Muslims is just a ridiculous thing that would not help the country whatsoever.
God, dude, you have to be one of the stupid.
Hold on, let me go. I just need to take a pee. I can hear you real quick on mute.
You're gonna piss on a live stream? Like, I mean, like,
keep going. I can hear you. I'm gonna mute. You won't hear.
No, that's like rather. No. What the fuck? I've never been in this situation before. what are you doing? I kind of feel like
winning the debate. I'm winning the debate.
I almost feel like a little violated.
What did I do? What did I do that violated you? You haven't even ever seen me. I haven't even done anything to you that would ever make you feel like validation.
Right.
Jackass, dude.
Right.
Jackass. Seriously.
Holy fuck. Oh my god. No! The fake donations! The fake donations! Chris! Thank you so much for the $200 donation over on Venmo.
Okay.
$200.
Yeah.
I want to see 2,000 Chris W's down below in that comment section. That is fucking insane, bro. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the love, man. That is literally insane of you, bro. I want everybody watching to please show some love to the GOAT of the hour, the absolute MVP, Chris. Thank you so much for the $200 donation, man. Chris with a $200 says, I'm the realest of really real donations. Appreciate you so much, bro. Show some love to Chris down below. Then over on PayPal, Rebecca with the $100 donation. Chris and Rebecca. Show some love to Chris and Rebecca down below in that comment section. Rebecca with the $100 says, keep doing the good work. I was a Trump supporter, but I decided to follow truth over loyalty. Here's another fake donation, bro. The fake fucking donations are making it rain today. Show some love to Chris and Rebecca down below in that chat. Genuinely, thank you so much for your kindness. Same thing for Matthew. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says a fake donation for America's most handsome Satan devil worshipping liar. Thank you so much for the $20, man. Darren, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for that fake donation. Colleen, thank you so. What the fuck is that laugh? Colleen, thank you. Oh my god, can you do that again?
No, go ahead. Keep going.
That was, what the fuck? Colleen, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, keep educating and don't let anybody break you down. Thank you so much for the $20 fake donation on PayPal. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love. Thank you so much, Colleen. I'd also like to quickly thank Patrick for the $10 saying that Josh is a communist. Britton with the $10 saying Trump sucks. He didn't want to go to my team Super Bowl for real. Fuck Trump. Christopher with the $10 says, hail Satan. Elizabeth with the $5 with the fake dono. Then Angelina, thank you for the $5 as well over on Venmo for that fake donation. I'd also like to thank Sheila. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Who says, this guy made me laugh out loud and scare my husband. Thank you so much for the $20 fake donation, Sheila. Prism with the 20 with the money gun. Yeah, Jody with the $6 and the 66 cents just to tell this guest to fuck off. Michaela with the $5 for the fake donation. Thank you for that love, Michaela. Then Sierra, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for your favorite Saiyan worshiper. Thank you so much for that love, Sierra. And the Samantha with the $2 for the fake donation. I'd also like to thank that Ultimate Scorpio for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, a fake donation. And then Paulo, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Not attaching any message. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that's another one of those fake donations. Same thing from you, Nick with the $10 for the fake dono. Chris with the $10 for the fake dono. And then Taylor with the $6 and the 66 cents. over on Venmo for the fake dono. And then Tina, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo, quote unquote, for the fake donation and for the grift. Thank you for supporting the grift, Tina. Show some love to Tina for the $25 donation and the fake dono. Same thing for you, Serenity, with the $5 and the fake dono. Thank you guys for the fake money. I appreciate that.
Josh, why do you think it was fake?
Oh, well, it was just a joke. You don't have to get so upset. I would believe it's real. Send me some right now, and I'll believe it's real.
That was really embarrassing to say that. Wait, did you call him a grifter too?
I didn't say anything.
So let me give you a recap of what happened. He joined up. He called Trump patriotic. I said he can't be patriotic because he's, infringed on our Constitution. Gave him examples of how he said fuck you to the first 2 articles, fuck you to like seven amendments, and then he was like, well, Dean, actually, your donations are fake and you're a devil worshipping liar. And that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah. 2 peas in a pod, you guys. Complete dipshits.
Okay.
Take it away, I give you my points.
So once again, he's not a patriot because he's called for the termination of the Constitution, infringed on it many, many times.
Well, when that Constitution basically goes against every single person's actual moralities, then I think maybe it's time to add on some new different amendments that would help people.
Well, exactly. If we want to change the Constitution, we do it legally through the process described in the Constitution, which would be the ratification of a new amendment requiring congressional and state approval. But that's not what Trump did. He just said, oh, I'm like literally a dictator. And I can pass it.
I don't give a shit how he gets there. I want it to happen.
So you don't give a shit if Donald Trump, becomes a dictator to change the Constitution?
You would have to define dictator.
Okay, you don't know what a dictator is. Oh, one other thing that you said that we haven't commented on yet is that you think that Kamala Harris wanted to replace Christians with Muslims. So first and foremost, did you know that
it's
Kamala
obvious.
Harris...
They send them over here on boats.
So the Muslims come to America on boats?
Yeah. Or plane. Or
planes. They come here on boats and planes, all the Muslims to, just take the country over, right?
Yeah.
Where are you getting this from?
Well, you can literally go outside. Look around, and you would see it.
Oh, if I go outside, I'll see the boats and planes with the Muslims on them.
You're going to get me raising my voice because you're being an asshole.
So just to clarify in your position, if I go outside, if I leave my house, I'll see the boats and the planes with all the Muslims on them, right?
Which city do you live in?
I live in Colorado.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes. If I go outside, I'll see the boats and planes with all the Muslims on them. Well, first and foremost, I live on land. I couldn't see a boat because I live on land. Yeah, that's right. And then second of all, did you know that when you see a plane in the sky, when you go outside, you actually just see the plane? You can't see the people on the plane? Not to mention, even if you could see the people on the plane, you can't look at a person and say, Muslim. Because remember, Islam is a religion, not a race with phenotypical characteristics.
I don't care.
Well, you should care. You should care because it proves you're wrong, you idiot.
Dean, he has telepathy or telekinesis and telekinesis. So not only can he read the minds of people from the planes, but he's also controlling it, and that's why planes move. He causes every single plane to actually fly.
Yeah, he left. Yeah, he left. Who the fuck was that? His name was Josh. Oh my god, bro. Dude. Holy fuck, man. Parker, how you doing, dude?
Doing all right. How have your debates been today? Sounds like they've been interesting, I guess.
Yeah. I feel like that's a good descriptor. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Eliana, thank you for that night scar. Welcome in, dude. Oh god, what's up? Dude, oh my god, his voice is gonna be replaying in my head for the next 3 days. Fuck off! Fuck! Anyways, welcome in. What's up, Carl? Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump 3 times, and I stopped supporting him in 2025.
You know what, bro? I'm super fucking proud of you. Good shit, Carl. Do you mind if I ask you real quick before I move on, because we're just looking for Trump supporters? What was the line?
It was a few lines that happened back to back to back in 2024. The first line was Elon Musk, just kind of giving him unilateral authority into the government. At that point, I was pretty shaken up by it. But I think the big line was, for me, it seemed like everything was up, down, up with all Trump supporters. I voted for Trump in 2016 because, there's a few reasons. I'm not going to go into them if you don't want to, but one of the largest reasons was I did believe he was going to be good on the economy, and I do think prior to COVID, he did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
And 2020, like I said, I'm not going to go into it because I'm sure you want to go somewhere else. But in 2024, he seems like the job cutting president, and all of his supporters are like, this is a great thing. It doesn't matter if, what he does at this point. It seems like his support became unwavering. And
yeah, man.
I felt like I was on the wrong side of things.
Man, appreciate you for coming up here and sharing that with us. It's good to know that, even the 3-time Trumpies are starting to leave that base. So, honestly, that makes me really optimistic about the future. And, Carl, I hope you have a good rest of your day, man.
Thanks.
Dude, good to hear. Man, really good to hear. Really good to hear. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Cheryl loading up into the box right now. We have a couple people to thank over on Venmo, PayPal, and Super Chat. We're going to do that here in a moment. Gee, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Cheryl, what's up? Do you support Trump? Cheryl. Quite frankly, man, quite frankly. Moving on. Hello, do you support Trump?
Dean, I don't anymore.
Have we debated in the past?
I don't think we have, no.
Dude, is that your C8, man?
It is, bro.
Is it just a Stingray?
Yeah, it's a Z51 package.
Oh, okay. You got the Z51 on it. Dude, what is that? 0 to 60 in 2.8?
I think it's like 3 almost.
Okay,
but it feels slower than it actually is advertised to be.
So first and foremost, the Z51 package cuts off 1/10 of a second of the 0 to 60. Okay?
Yeah.
Which is good. So that's awesome. And the reason why it feels a little bit slower than advertised is because of the pedal lag. I don't know if you've noticed that. A lot of people that drive Corvettes talk about that pedal lag. And there's actually a mod that you could get for $200 that attaches to an input on your physical pedal to change like the acceleration that you get and when you get it from when you put your foot on the pedal. And pretty much like every C8 owner that has ever bought this pedal mod says it is the best thing that they've ever gotten for their car, and they love it. It's called a throttle controller. You should really look into a C8 throttle controller. If you get one, you'd love the fuck out of it. But anyways, I hope that you have a good rest of your day, bro.
You too, bro. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on to the next
Dean with his favorite special interests.
Dude, yeah, man. You guys.
It's like steak. It's like cars. It's like you have like your things. You're like you know so much about it, and I'm just sitting here and I'm like I know nothing of what you're talking about right now.
Specifically Corvettes. I love Corvettes. I really love Corvettes. So there's a lot that I know about those Corvettes. Welcome in, Scarface. Do you support Trump? Okay, they just left. Let's go to try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please make sure that you're following those rules. Hop inside of that queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Low key, screw all of that. What are your thoughts on a E90?
Love them. By the way, I know where you're going with that. Love them. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only opposite side of that box.
What?
Only
I have no clue what that guy was saying.
I mean, he was likely going to go on to talk about an E93 or like some like E90 series from BMW. But let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Big fan of the E90 as well. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We're still looking for the next Trump supporter, guys. We're still looking for the next Trump supporter.
Has it been easy to find guests today?
Not really. It's actually been really hard. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, they're not here. Still looking for the next guest, folks. I'm sorry that it's so hard to find Trump supporters. Bro, Parker, genuinely, there's been like a significant reduction in the amount of people that support Trump. Okay, also not to mention that like this was maybe like 15 minutes ago now. We got a restriction on the live. So
what's the best map on FS25?
What do we get the restriction for?
I don't even remember. It was on me though. So now the live's not pushing out anymore, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult to get debates in here, but we probably won't like restart the live stream or anything just because I only have 40 minutes left. But, you know, that may make it a little bit more difficult to get a Trump supporter up in here. Guys, please follow the rules and only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. I'd really appreciate it, y'all, if you would really follow the rules. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
You don't think it'd be easier if you hit a restart?
What's up, fuck?
Oh my god, I kicked him because he took too long. I don't know, it could. But I'm not sure yet. Oh, look at who's back.
My room. Get out of my room. Get out of my room. I'm not done.
Hello? Oh, he left again? Did he accidentally join? I thought like he was like coming back, but then we just hear him like screaming at somebody to get out of his room and then he leaves again. Yo, piss boy, come back, bro. Come back, piss boy. By the way, he
What's up, soy boy?
Reed. Is this serious?
Yes.
God, you're fucking embarrassing.
You call me a fucking piss boy.
No, I was calling Josh a piss boy.
All right, well, get the lag right.
Get the what right?
The lag, motherfucker.
What are you saying? Nobody has a clue what like thought you're trying to communicate.
I don't either.
I called you a soy boy.
Oh yeah,
what is that?
It's like pretty embarrassing. Like I don't know, like why you'd say that.
Yeah, can you tell us what that is?
Okay, well, bring up some actual policy.
Well, I guess like first of all, what's a soy boy? Like, what are you calling me? I'm just confused.
Soy boy.
I know, but like, what does that mean?
But what do you mean by the term?
Yeah, like I hear it, right? But like, what does it mean?
You're weak.
Weak.
We're weak?
Like
how
physically
do you
weak?
identify that?
Soy boy.
So are you saying that like
it's slang?
Are you saying that I'm
It's
physically
slang.
weak?
Mentally and physically, yes.
Mentally and physically. Okay. Well, I'd certainly argue that I'm at least mentally stronger than you. Because all it took to make you break down and become
let's
this
bring up some policy or
emotional,
something.
petulant child was to merely be in my presence. Right? I didn't even say anything to you.
No,
and
you
you
called me a
automatically
piss boy
one
on
moment,
live.
lose control of your rational
called me a
faculties.
piss boy on live.
And then you start this. So I'm definitely mentally stronger than you. Now about physicalities, I'm definitely not physically weak. I mean, I go to the gym 5 times a
Well,
week.
bring up some policy. I already asked you to bring up
and
some
quite
policy.
frankly, you know, I've been looking pretty good as of recently. So I don't know if that claim's too true.
Okay, yeah, then you're weaker, obviously.
Wait, so if you want to know
because
policy...
you're bringing up your strength.
Let's talk about that. The
Bring
Big
up
Beautiful
some
Bill.
policy,
I got
bro.
you. The Big Beautiful Bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month, while adding $3.4 trillion to debt and giving most of the tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy. What name one
Parker, what are
policy
you talking
of
about,
Trump's you
bro?
support?
Parker, what are you talking about, bro? I don't live in that reality.
What? He's talking about policy. Okay, listen, I was going to do this when you first joined the live before you started talking, but I mean, there's just like, no, like, hi, how are you? There's just, what's up, soy boy? You know what I mean? So while you reel it in and get ready for...
I mean...
Well, one moment.
Okay, I didn't get a what's up. I got a fucking...
Well, you reel it in.
You're a piece of shit, basically.
It's calling the last guy piss boy because he literally pissed on live. But while
there you go. That's what exactly what you were saying. Piss boy, right?
To the last guy who literally
gotta be
pissed on
trolling.
live. Not you. This guy. What's that? He's actually back in the queue. This is who I was calling Piss Boy.
Okay, well, you're fucking lagging, bro.
Okay. All right. Did I just hurt you that badly?
Let's get down to some actual policy.
Yeah, I already named one. And then you were like, "What are you talking about?" Reed, can you name
You're
one
talking
policy?
about the big beautiful bill?
Yeah,
the one that supports border policy? What are you talking about, Parker?
What? Okay, so what aspect of it supports border policy in a way that you'd like? Name one provision.
It literally adds policy of financial support to the border bill.
Wow. Okay, so no, you don't know a single provision within the bill that is going to support the border. Secondly, you said the border bill. Donald Trump is the one who said. Donald Trump is the one who said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails."
The big beautiful bill.
No, it's
the big
not.
beautiful bill supports.
Then what
border
provision?
policy.
What provision within the big beautiful bill supports the border?
Financial, economic.
That's not a provision.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Really?
Yeah.
That economic is a.
That's not a provision within the big beautiful bill. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Economic?
It is
saying the
border
word
policy.
economic? What are you saying, Reed? Are you trolling?
I'm not trolling.
Then why are you being so ridiculous?
The big beautiful bill supports border policy.
Reed, this is silly. You can't name a single provision within it that you think supports the border. Hello? Did you just go quiet? Oh, okay. All right. Hello? It's me. Are you there?
I think he's gone.
I think Reed ran away.
What a dumbass.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've had some people recently that were just really like not smart. Like you saw in my live, like what was it, yesterday or the day before? Like you saw literally. I just had people that just couldn't connect the dots.
Dude, I know,
like basic
at all.
dots.
Like at all. Like no dot connection at all. Like here's point, like you just can't connect and no dot connection. Josh, hi, welcome back.
No dot connections.
Piss boy?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
So you left in a kerfuffle. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I had to go do something. It's none of your business.
And then we also heard you rejoin this live stream, and it sounded like you were telling your mother to get out of your room.
No, I wasn't in. I wasn't in here.
What?
No.
Yeah, we saw you, Josh.
Well, how about
I haven't joined the live.
How about
You're lying.
we can just roll it back. Let's see exactly what he said.
Oh, jeez.
Let's do an
What have you done?
investigation. Admitting to barging in.
Get backstage.
Order. Because I need to completely refresh this live stream. Oh, this is going to be hard to find. I don't remember when Josh came back up in here.
It was probably like 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes? You remember?
Look at your reaction.
Also true. Yeah. Sounds good.
Like if you judge by your facial reaction, I bet you could be able to remember what your facial reaction was.
Good point. Let's do that now.
So boring.
Okay, so no, you don't know a single provision within the bill.
Boy.
So are you saying that like
it's slang?
Dean with his.
I think the big line.
It was just a joke. You don't have to get so upset. I
Really embarrassing.
So he called. Here we go.
every single person's on some new different.
Through the penal state of. We're almost there.
Plane to actually fly. So controlling it, and that's why planes move.
He's John. Anyways, welcome in. What's up, Carl? Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump 3 times.
Super fuck. What, was
It
it after
seemed
this?
like and,
I don't know. I'll give it like another 30 seconds trying to find it. Every day, man. Public Galaxy.
Hey, your live started setting out randomly.
Moving on. Hello, do you support Trump?
Dean, I don't anymore.
I think so. First guy, I think that we're about to see it.
Like staying, it was a 10-minute restriction. It's like you,
dude. Yeah, man.
like you.
We're almost there.
Dean with his, it's like
I really that your fault. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Like
he's finding it. He'll find it.
You're lying.
Big fan of the. I'm sorry.
He's got this.
A little bit more difficult to get debates, but we make it a little bit more chill, y'all.
I haven't joined. Think it'd be easier if you hit a restart.
What's up? Fuck.
Oh my god, I kicked him because he took too long. Fuck! I don't know, it could. Did I find it? This is my last attempt.
Get out of my room. I'm not.
Oh! Yeah! Boom! Oh my god! I found it! Yes! Yeah! Ooh! Oh my god, bro. That was a needle in a haystack, bro. I've never fought so hard in my life to... Okay. Josh, let's go ahead and take a listen to exactly what you had to say. Look at who's back.
My room. Get out of my room. Get out of my room. I'm not done.
Oh, let's go ahead and do an instant replay on that in
but
0.25
I'm not
speed.
sure yet.
Oh, look at who's back.
My room. Get out of my room. Get out of my room. I'm not done.
So who are you telling to get out of your room, Josh?
That was...
No, it's okay, buddy. We're here for you.
That what?
Josh? Are you...
He laughed.
Josh, no.
Josh. Oh no, Josh.
No, Josh.
Josh. What just happened, man? Oh no. Oh god.
No. He got out of our room, Parker. He got out of our room. He left alive. He got out of our room. Okay, Reed, you went like silent a moment ago and then left the stream, but welcome back.
Thank you.
Before we continue the conversation, there's a couple people that I need to thank. I'm going to take a moment here. Shout out to a couple donors. First and foremost, Nick, thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Nick. Let's get 100 Nick W's. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. And then Glory, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, Parker, when are you live? Parker's live will likely start as soon as we end ours here in around 25 minutes. But I appreciate you so much for that love, Glory. Show some love to Glory. I'd also like to thank Punk for the $20, who says, only the truly smooth brain would support an unapologetic authoritarian cradle robber. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. What it takes to still support Trump today is a lot. Thank you for the $20. And then, dude, Edge Master 67. What a name. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $67 and the 69 cents in a donation over on YouTube. I really hope that that's not a child that stole their parents' credit card. I appreciate you so much for the $67 and the 69 cents, Edge Master, who says, happy late Valentine's Day to you and Parker. I appreciate you so much for that love. Please do show some love to Edge Master down below in that comment section. If we could get about 700 Edge W's down below. I'd also like to thank Tabitha. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Kylie with the $10 who says, hey, soy boy, here's my donation from yours truly, the DNC. Thank you for supporting the grift. Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo, who says thank you. Well, Margaret, thank you so much for supporting what we do here. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you so much for all the love. Same thing extends to you, Dara, who says don't stop talking about Minnesota. Homan is a liar. I could not agree more. Thank you for the truth nuke and the $20 donation. Let's get $200 W's. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $10. Valerie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. And then Dana, thank you so much for the $10, who says this guy gives off red pill troll vibes. Thank you for all that you do, Dean, giving me intelligent talking points to debate my MAGA fam. Hell yeah, I hope you change their minds, or at least trying your best to do so in the process. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Thank you guys for the love. To catch up on PayPal, Colleen, thank you so much for the $20 donation, who says you have far more patience than I ever could. Well, Colleen, I try my best to practice that patience, but I'm not always successful in doing so. But thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to Colleen. Same thing goes for Maria. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that love, Maria. Rob, thank you for the $5. Heidi, thank you for the $2. And then, Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, for all your patience with the people you deal with, I appreciate your patience and effort on this very important matter. Stay patient and strong. Good night, because it's 2:30 a.m. here in Germany. Well, sleep well. I love the fact that we have so many international viewers. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20, Caroline. And then one more here, Mr. fucking Corey. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Saying here's a fake donation. Thank you. Thank you so very much for the fake $50. Thank you so much for that, man. On a real note, it goes a long way. Just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to Corey down below. All right, let's go to continue that debate now. There's a bunch of people in the comment section saying that the guest follows kids. If this is true, go ahead and drop it in a private ticket in my Discord. I'll take a look at those right now. And yeah, but anyways, Reed, if you want to tell us why you support Trump, feel free to take it away.
Well, I'm more curious in the policy of why you don't agree with Trump.
Yeah, I don't mind getting into that. I have about a billion reasons insofar as why I don't support Trump. Same thing with Parker. I think it'd be significantly more advantageous if we were to start this debate with hearing from you insofar as why you do support Trump.
Well, there are many reasons of support, and most of them are common sense.
Okay, so you just use common sense to support Trump. So do you just commonsensically support the guy who's like taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans? Commonsensically support the guy that's saying
common
fuck you to the
sense
Constitution?
is supporting the border bill.
Oh, you mean the bipartisan
supporting
border bill proposed
a
under the
wall.
Biden-Harris administration that never got through because Trump told Republicans to vote against it?
No, that's not true, actually.
What part of that's not true? Because we know
Because
that he
the
told
border
Republicans
bill
to vote
was
against it.
packed with all kinds of other stuff that was pro-illegal immigration.
Like what?
5,000 people per day.
Oh, so let me help explain that to you. So that was the total cap, okay, of undocumented immigrants that could come into this country every day before the president is granted this very unique and special legal authority to just shut the border down completely. Do you know how many undocumented immigrants have to come in daily right now because that bill never passed in order for the president to have that very special and unique legal authority?
0 right now. And if
No, there
it was
actually isn't a number.
5,000,
Because at no point does the president have any unique special legal authority to completely shut the border down. That bill actually introduced a new privilege to the president that the president has never had before that bill was proposed to Congress. And the president still doesn't have because that bill never passed. I understand your critique here. You're saying that 5,000 undocumented immigrants per day is a lot of people, but still yet that is a lower cap than what currently exists to give the president a special legal authority to shut the bill to shut the border down. The main point of that border bill wasn't to give the president special authority to shut the border down, but it was rather to ensure that we had more funding going towards more courts along the southern border to expedite the legal process of asylum and other means of legal immigration, to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry, since it is the backlog within the legal ports of entry that create this undocumented entry crisis, because they feel as if that's the only way to get in. Now, I also understand that you didn't understand
Wait, you're interrupting me. You don't even let me answer.
At any point within that argument, because you were not listening to it, and you were rather interrupting me the whole time. Let me know if you'd like me to repeat it. I don't mind.
Well, I haven't gotten a chance to answer. So
honestly, if you could answer,
go ahead and take the floor, Dean. Go ahead and take the floor. Tell us everything you know.
If you could answer to everything I said, I'd be genuinely impressed, because I don't think you're listening, because every 3.5 seconds you're going, hold on. So if you could answer, I'd actually.
Yes, because you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
No, I was giving my argument.
No, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. That's called interrupting.
Okay, buddy.
If you give your argument, that's just interrupting within my argument.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Yes.
Take the floor and respond.
Thank you. 5,000 times 100 is 500,000 people per day. After 100 days of 500,000 people. So why would you advocate for that?
Dude, I gotta. Oh my god. Okay. Are you going to respond to my argument or not?
What was your argument? Because you interrupted me.
Okay.
Say it again.
All right. My argument was as follows. The importance of the bipartisan border bill under the Biden-Harris administration that never passed, okay, was not
That
the
never
authority
passed.
that got granted to the president to shut the border down, given that there's over 5,000 entries per day. The importance of the bipartisan border bill that Trump torpedoed was rather the billions of dollars that it would have allocated in funding to build more courts and hire more judges along the southern border to expedite legal claims of immigration to naturally disincentivize undocumented immigration.
That's a loaded question.
I actually didn't ask a question. I made a statement.
It's a loaded statement. It's fucking loaded.
Do you mean it's not true?
Yes.
Okay, so what did I say that's not true?
It's loaded.
But what do you?
The whole point.
So you're saying that it's not true because it's not true?
Quote unquote. Is that it's false.
Okay, but why is it false?
Why are you questioning me on your statement?
I'm questioning you on your takeaway from my statement that I was incorrect.
The takeaway from your statement is that you said everything is false.
Dude, this fucking guy.
Yes.
How
your
many
statement
continents
is that
are there?
everything I said was
One
false.
moment. How many continents are there?
What?
How many continents are there?
There's 6 continents.
Dude, oh my god. 1, you're wrong, but 2, can you name them? Let's just hear, I want to hear what you think.
Fine, 8, whatever.
No,
North
it's
America,
not. It's not
South
80.
America. Hold on. North America, South America, Asia, Europe, South Africa, basically.
No.
Antarctica,
Oh my God.
Australia. What does the continents have anything to do with what we're debating?
Okay, so you can't name the rest.
This guy might actually be like Mr. Dumbass himself.
Oh, so we're gonna result to name calling because you can't debate.
No, we're going to result in name calling. Well, actually, technically, that statement is true.
Yes.
Actually, wow. Check this out.
There you go. It's true.
That statement, so you're going to result to name calling because you can't debate, is technically true. Because you're right. I can't debate you because, like I said, you're just too
because
stupid.
there's 9 continents.
First time you said there was 6. The second time you said there's 8. Now you're saying there's 9. Listen, buddy. Hey, why would you go?
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You named 7 continents after saying that there was 8, but then you say there's 9?
I know how many continents there are. What does that have anything to do with what we're debating?
Are you drunk?
Possibly.
I could tell.
What do you mean by possibly?
Well, what does that have anything to do with what we're debating?
I think it has a lot to do with our debate, Reed.
Well, most common people have been drunk throughout the centuries, or not drunk. What does that have anything to do with what we're debating?
How many drinks have you had, Reed?
Maybe a few.
But how many is
how
a
many?
few?
How many?
Well, what does that have anything to do with what we're debating?
It's very relevant.
Hey, we're
towards the
just
debate,
curious.
Reed.
I'll let you know. I've had at least 3 blinkers.
Oh, good job.
I might need to do another one just to be able to deal with you.
I applaud that. Way to go, Parker. Because I would do the same thing.
So now, how many drinks have you had?
A few.
But like, once again, how many is a few? Is that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
A few is 3, right?
So a few is 3. So you've had 3 drinks.
Maybe.
So you don't know how many drinks you've had.
Probably not.
So you.
How many blinkers has Parker had?
So you've drinking so many drinks, you've forgotten how many drinks you've had.
Parker's had a few blinkers.
4.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, and at least I can remember that. Jeez.
So how about this? How about this?
Parker is actually kind of fun. More fun than you, Dean.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 24. You?
24. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man. Just like inoperable for debate. We're just gonna have to kick you. Like, I hate to be that guy, but like literally just like can't debate you like that, bro. Like what the fuck are we doing?
At least when it's me, you know, we're on even playing ground, you know?
Yeah. Hi, do you support Trump? No, it doesn't sound like
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
I like your anxiety, fan.
Thanks, man. Let's see here. Staff L Punk. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Staff Punk. Who says, by a few, he means the bar shut down early after it ran out of alcohol, right? Oh my God. Thank you for the $20, Staff Punk. Show some love to Staff Punk. But I just had a crazy thought. Y'all want to know what happened last night? 10:30 p.m. Me and my girlfriend are watching a movie, drinking some champagne because it's Valentine's Day. Power goes out for like a mile radius of my house. No weather, no rain, no wind. And we're like, what the fuck happened? So we hop in my car to go investigate, go see how far and wide the power outage is. And we're driving down the road. We see cop lights. And we live pretty close to a liquor store. And then right across from the liquor store, there is a truck perpendicular to the road off to the side of it that ran in to the power line. And it broke it and made the power for my whole area go out, like right on the other road of the side from the liquor store. And fuck, I happen to have a friend that works at that liquor store. So I text him like, hey man, you got anything on the cameras? Like, what the hell happened here? He sends me the video of the camera footage, and it shows a truck leaving the liquor store with the guy drinking the liquor, leaves the liquor store, does donuts in the road as he's leaving the liquor store, and then not even 3 feet later accidentally hits something off to the side of the road and then runs into the power line. And then me and my girlfriend actually went over to where this happened, and we watched the cops do their DUI tests on him. He failed, threw him in cuffs, and then threw him in the back of the truck. It was crazy. It's crazy. But anyways, Isabella, welcome in.
Hello? Oh, I was waiting for you to finish your story.
No, I'm done. Why did you change your bio to hashtag RageBait Enthusiast, hashtag Certified Troll?
That's been like that for a while now.
That's not new?
No.
Okay. Do you still support Trump?
I do.
Oh my God. You know, Isabella, I've brought you up here less and less and less because I'm just not convinced that there's anything I could say or do to change your mind.
I mean, I feel like there could be.
Can you give us an example?
Yeah, but real quick, do your roomie support Trump? Just curious.
My roomie?
Yeah, your roommate?
God,
Sounds like
no. My roommate? Oh, well, you heard that.
So they're not a Trump supporter. Okay, all right.
Oh,
You wouldn't mind
no.
answering. Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm happy that you live in Boulder, so then you have to hear shit every single day about it.
She's
So-
from California. Like, please.
Yeah, base. Go ahead and take it away, Parker.
So could you like name some specific examples of what could change your mind?
Probably like send us to war or something like that.
Okay, so like what would you classify as a war?
Probably something like World War II or something.
So he has to start a world war for you to stop supporting him?
And
Like
you
he's
mean-
gotta
wait.
start a world war.
Did she say World War II?
Something like, yeah.
Do you mean World War III?
Well, I mean, like, start a war like World War II.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought that you just said start World War II, and I was like, what? No, we've already had World War II.
Oh my gosh, I'm not that slow.
Okay, well, don't call yourself that. Don't call yourself that.
Well, I know it's not, but...
Now, listen. Okay, here's the thing. What if, like, there was a really credible accusation from one of Epstein's victims against Trump?
Okay, I've already seen all these, like, Epstein files, but it doesn't even have his name in it.
Well, what if there was? Like, what if there's somebody that we knew was raped by Epstein, okay, that we knew was taken advantage of by Epstein, like one of the actual Epstein survivors? What if, like, a certified Epstein survivor accused Trump?
But it was an accusation.
But it's coming from an Epstein survivor.
But
Like,
why
what,
it has
what if it wasn't even?
then?
What if it wasn't even public? What if it was made to the FBI privately? What if a known Epstein survivor privately told the FBI that they were also raped by Trump after previously telling the FBI that they were raped by Epstein and his friends?
Well, then why aren't they investigating him?
Well, I mean, dude, there's so many people in connection to Epstein that aren't being investigated. Like, think about it. Dude, oh my God, this was terrible. There was a photo of the files that came out, one of the documents, and the picture from it was redacted, but the description of the picture was not redacted. It was a description of the photo, and it said something along the lines of like a naked prepubescent girl being held by 5 men in blood, and I won't say much more, but those 5 men that were in that photo, they're not investigated. They haven't been thrown in jail. The only 2 people that have been thrown in jail in connection with Jeffrey Epstein have been Jeffrey Epstein himself and then Ghislaine Maxwell. So it looks like all of the Epstein associates, even caught in a picture of holding naked children with blood and much more that I don't want to describe for my sanity and yours, haven't been thrown in
But didn't
jail.
he
But
literally
can you please
release
just
the
answer-
Epstein files?
Can you just please answer my question? Okay? If a known Epstein survivor privately and in confidence and under penalty of perjury accused Donald Trump
Okay,
of
if it was
raping
proved
them
right, then yes.
to the FBI, would you believe just their accusation?
If I would just believe his, like, her accusation.
Yeah.
Well, if they found him guilty of it, then yes.
No, not finding him guilty in a court. Like, this is just what the survivor told the FBI. Would you disbelieve him?
And like, if they determined that it was a credible accusation.
Well, then
Well,
would
like,
I
what's
like
credible-
just start
what-
believing everybody in the world then?
Okay, well, I mean, I think that you should believe credible accusations, but I mean, I'd say that there's something very like special about this circumstance. Something very special about this circumstance, because we're positing that we already know that it is true that they were trafficked by Epstein. We already know that it is true that Epstein raped them. We already know that it is true that they accused Epstein and then that was proven. Okay? And while they were accusing Epstein and that had been proven, okay, they also accused Trump and even gave a testimony about how Epstein brought them to Trump, forced them on their knees to then suck Trump's male member when they were underage.
Then
Like,
I
would
don't
you believe
understand
that
why we're not
accusation?
investigating him.
Okay, right, me too. But would you believe the accusation, regardless if you don't understand why he's not being investigated?
Oh, wait, that was the accusation. I did read about that.
Can you respond? Like, do you believe it?
Well, I don't know what to believe because there's still stuff coming out as of right now.
Okay,
So like, again, at like what point, what level of evidence would you accept?
Once we start like actually like investigating him himself, like we need to like get
This is the investigation. That's the files have been released.
yeah,
from
well,
that
we need
investigation.
to go like why aren't we questioning him if like everyone like is accusing him and everything?
Why aren't we questioning him? We are questioning
Why
him.
aren't we
and he's
taking him to
saying-
court and everything?
Because when he's president, and 2, I would love him to be impeached and put in prison. Would you
Yeah,
like
like-
him? Would you like that to happen?
Like right now,
Well, obviously, I wouldn't like that to happen to our president.
right now, the only
US,
only
but
hope is Congress
if it were to
impeachment.
happen, then that'd be like that's gross. That
But
he
think about it
would-
this way. Think about it this way, Isabella. Can we agree that there are many men in the Epstein files that we have certain and incriminating evidence on of being involved in a crime that are not being investigated, that are not being thrown in jail?
that we know of.
That we know of, yeah. Like, we know.
Yeah, we don't know if they're being investigated or not.
No.
It could be,
But do we know that there's men who have been in the Epstein files for years, okay, that have been proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that they're guilty of these sex crimes that are not in jail today?
Wait, say that again?
Can we agree that there's men who are in the Epstein files, that we have undeniable evidence of them doing sex crimes in the Epstein files that are not in jail today?
I don't know, can we?
Dude, Isabella, you're being dense. Do you agree that that is true, or do you disagree, and do you posit that that is false?
If there are men that like are in the files that aren't being currently investigated right now.
No, that currently aren't in jail right now.
Oh, then yeah.
Okay, awesome. So now you've agreed that there are really rich and powerful men that are certainly incriminated by the files that are still roaming free. So we got that one out of the way. So once again, the question I'm asking you is very clear.
I got a call, so I could not hear anything.
Okay. Now, the question that I'm asking you is very clear. If we know that there's a person who was raped by Epstein, and that was proven, but back when that person was accusing Epstein of raping them, they also accused Donald Trump of raping them, would you believe that Donald Trump raped them?
If they accused him back then, when they said that Epstein had done the same thing.
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay. And that's what came out today.
I don't know.
So that's what came out today. I'm honestly going to go ahead and play you Aaron Parnas's video on the subject matter. Honestly, like, I just think he words it a lot better than I do, than I could. I was trying to like decipher through it earlier today on stream myself, and I just like what I'm saying just isn't clear. So then I just started playing Aaron's video. So I'm going to go ahead and show you this video now. I think it's important that you, alongside everybody else watching the stream, sees it, okay? Because this shit's crazy.
Spread the word. Follow from. We have a major development right now. The FBI did interview a credible accuser of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, according to new reporting from Roger Sollenberger, completely undermining Pam Bondi's testimony on Capitol Hill, and completely undermining any claims from Republicans that there was no accusations of wrongdoing on Trump's part. Let's break down Sollenberger's report because it's stunning. So remember this accusation, the first one. I'm not going to read it to you because it is graphic, but it came from an FBI report that we had circulated.
So just to clarify, I'll read it for everyone watching. Redacted stated Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently then forced her head down to his exposed genitalia, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head.
In the past, we had found, Sollenberger found an FBI 302 form, a write-up suggesting that an interview with an Epstein victim and her lawyer was conducted on July 24th, 2019. It was entered into the FBI's case files one day before Epstein was found dead in his jail cell on August 9th. Here's the top of the FBI 302 form. See, dated August 9, 2019. And Sollenberger found that the biographical details matched the initial tip, which notes a criminal history in South Carolina of the victim. Now here's where it gets more interesting. According to reports about the lawsuit, the victim claimed she had also been by other prominent wealthy men she met in other states, more specifically when Epstein took her to intimate gatherings in New York City. Now look before that. She filed a lawsuit against Epstein, receiving a settlement from his estate in 2021. You don't just get a settlement and win in a lawsuit like that if there's zero evidence. Now that evidence could have been abuse at the hands of Epstein, right? Not of the president. But for several days now, several weeks actually, Justice Department, even on Capitol Hill, Pam Bondi said that there was no credible evidence.
So that's the story.
If that was the case, then why didn't she try to get a settlement from any of the other people? Why didn't she make any case against any of the other people that had done that?
Okay, so you don't believe her?
Well, I just don't see why nothing's happening right now then.
Maybe because she had more evidence that Epstein did it to her than that Trump did it to her, or maybe after going after the Epstein, then maybe going after the Epstein estate and then getting a settlement from them, she decided that she just didn't want to pursue any other legal action because she didn't want to have to relive this for the rest of her life. Maybe she didn't want that to be in the public eye. You know, maybe she felt comfortable with suing
But
Epstein's
see,
estate because
it's all
Epstein
these
was
what
dead,
ifs, what
but
if
doesn't
that,
feel
and maybe
comfortable.
this, maybe that.
Come on, Isabella. You asked me a speculative question, so I'm going to speculate. Maybe she didn't want to be in the public eye and, you know, sue Trump because he's the president, right? But I think that my point here is that this is a credible accuser because we know that they were taken advantage of by Epstein. And when they were accusing Epstein, they also accused Trump. And what are the chances? What are the fucking chances that they're going to legitimately get abused by Epstein and then turn around and privately, in confidence, tell the FBI that she was also abused by Trump?
Then why hasn't anything happened? I mean, like...
According to RAIN.org, only 2%, okay, of rapists ever face full accountability in the eyes of the law. And there is not a single powerful man outside of Epstein that has had anything happen to them in connection with the Epstein files, including the 5 men that were holding a bloodied up, naked 12-year-old girl in the photo that I described earlier. So this why has nothing happened question needs to go.
Okay.
Why has nothing happened? Because MAGA does not stand up. You're not standing up. You're asking why things are not happening instead of doing what needs to happen.
Well, yeah, because that stuff is all gross and everything, but he's present because he's a businessman, not because of what he's done in the past.
Isabella, think about it. What are the chances that this woman who was raped by Epstein lied when she privately in confidence, under the penalty of perjury, told the FBI that she was also raped by Trump? What are the chances that E. Jean Carroll lied when she wrote in her book that she was raped by Trump and then was somehow able to convince a unanimous jury of 9 that she was right, leading to the civil verdict that Trump raped her? What are the chances that Trump misspoke in 2005 when he told Howard Stern that he sexually exploited women and girls by following them into their dressing rooms? What are the chances, okay, that Trump is not involved with Epstein at all and it's all a Democratic hoax, even though we know he's been lying for the last 10 years when he's been saying that he never knew what Epstein was doing, because there's another Epstein file that came out of him actually calling the sheriff after Epstein was arrested, telling him,
Okay, I
thank
don't
God you got
support
him. We've
for
all
any of
known what's been
that
going on this whole
reasoning.
time.
And I don't like talking about like this certain topic just because like it's really sensitive. So that's why I was like just gonna say, because I don't know if you can tell by my face, like it's really icky and gross, and that's like not why I support him. Obviously, I support him because of the economy and stuff like that.
Okay.
You know what you should do at this point? You should just be
Wow.
like, I don't support Trump, and I want other Republicans to uphold these positions. Why don't you do that? Why can't you do that?
Like, think
Because I feel like he's already like in his last term, he did like a lot of great things and everything.
Like,
Like our economy was booming, and
well, what did he do?
So in Biden's term, he only did like 300,000 ish.
No, what did Trump do?
He made our border safer.
Under Trump's first administration, there were higher levels of border crossing than the end of end of Biden's administration. Did you know that?
Well, then now he's making it safer.
Okay, so you said in his first term that he did good for the economy. What did he do?
Our gas was low.
Gas prices were lower in 2016. Did you know that?
Bruh.
No, that was kind of a long time ago.
1 second, I'm looking for the right image. There we
So
go.
then, like, would you support Obama then? Because gas prices were lower under Obama?
No, because I was like a child back then.
Oh, okay. Weren't you a child under Trump's first term?
Well, yeah, I was minor.
Yeah, so what's the difference?
But like back in his first term and now his term, he's helping with immigration.
Okay, you keep saying that. What is he?
And he's also stopping
name one
like
ICE
taxing
policy.
overtime.
Name one policy in terms of ICE that he changed that you like, that, you know, makes everything that we just brought up completely irrelevant to you.
Also, you're a fucking college student. You don't work overtime.
Actually, I have worked a lot of overtime in the last 3 years. I was working
gosh.
40 to 50 hours a week, 10-hour days.
Like when you're
5
like
days a
as
week.
you're going to school, are you a full-time student?
I am a full-time student, but during
So-
like the summers and stuff like that.
Yeah. During like, you know, during school. Like I like literally I don't take you as like one of the people that could manage 60 hours a week on the clock for work and then 40 hours a week on the clock for school.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Well, I mean, I still balance a job now, at least 20 to 30 hours, and
Right,
school
yeah,
full time
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Exactly. I think that's like about the maximum one could do.
Yeah, but I was getting a lot of overtime, and so that one was a real big one.
It's a deduction for overtime. That's a small aspect of the big, beautiful bill. And one thing you're not taking into consideration is that Democrats also agreed with that and
Well, then
would have
why
wanted
weren't
to
they
pass that as well.
broadcasting that one?
They did. They said
Also-
they wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year.
Not to mention that, like, you actually would have gotten more money back from Kamala Harris, because I understand that she didn't run on that 2-year deduction for overtime, but she did run on a $25,000 subsidy for the first time you buy a house, and $25,000 is significantly more money than the maximum amount of money that one could claim from that overtime deduction under Trump. And you don't care. Then I also just want to point out, but this but the economy response, in response to me basically saying that he's a fucking P3DO, that he's been incredibly accused by somebody that you should believe, is oh my God, it's infuriating, Isabella. Listen, you know that I try to have a good conversation with you when you come up here, but like, that is like legitimately like infuriating to me. Like, that's actually so infuriating. Oh, he's a fucking P3DO. Well, but the economy. There should be like no well but there. There should be no well but there. Not to mention, well, but he's bad for the economy. Last year, we got the worst annual job report since 2003, ignoring recessions. Last year, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2009. This last month, January of 26, we had the worst monthly job report on record since 2009 as well. Okay? There's stagnation in real minimum wage growth. There's stagnation in GDP growth. There's layoffs and unemployment in years. Because he's creating the environment in which leads to those outcomes. And this is also you demonstrating your biases. Because you said that lower gas prices were his fault because they simply happened in the economy when he was president the first time. But now manufacturer bankruptcies aren't his fault, even though they simply happened in the economy under his presidency the second time. But I'm going to go and thank a couple people
So we're
here.
saying it because it's under. So you're saying it's his fault because it's under his presidency?
No, I'm saying that you used that logic earlier when you referred to gas, so I don't understand why you wouldn't use it now.
What logic?
Happened under his term, therefore he caused it.
Oh. Well, no, I was saying that, like, well, not that he caused it, but I don't think he caused the bankruptcies. That's different than gas.
Why?
Because gas isn't like bankruptcies because those are those businesses.
Okay, don't businesses control the price of gas?
I guess in some ways.
No, they do. They literally do. Businesses choose at what price they want to sell the gasoline to you.
Oh. Every single business? And so you're telling me that all these bankruptcies are his fault and all that? What?
If you're gonna say that all the gas prices were his fault, yeah, it seems to follow with no like further explanation.
Also, Trump imposed tariffs that literally have caused increases in the cost of producing
that's
products in the
because
country.
that was because apparently, well, not apparently, it takes like time for it to come back because he's trying to like have more American stuff like and manufacturing than
We've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. Plus, you just mentioned that we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies.
How's that his fault? That's not his fault that the manufacturers went bankrupt.
We just gave you the points that like he hasn't led to an increase in the level of manufacturing, and then you're like, I still support him no matter what. That's what it sounds like. I think I'm about to start my live, man. I appreciate you, man.
I literally have said that like the genocide and stuff like that would make me like stop supporting him.
Oh yeah. Your red line is genociding Christians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just genocide and like.
What about just like wanting to play dictator and like walking all over the Constitution?
Don't agree. She was agreeing with what you said.
But like, what if? Like, what if he wanted to play dictator?
If he was doing, okay, he's not though. If it was a dictatorship,
but like,
it'd be
if he did want to like seemingly play dictator and walk all over law, all over the Constitution, like would you still support him?
Oh, that's because you're saying that he's trying to break the Constitution and all that stuff because he didn't follow by something.
But like, no,
and all
listen,
these other,
if he just wanted to walk all over the rule of law, all over the Constitution, all over federal law,
I think it
all
would
over
depend on
Congress.
like what he's doing
Why?
specifically.
Why?
Because I feel like there's people that mistakenly do that sometimes.
Okay, no, I'm
Like,
saying
people make mistakes.
What if he did it like negligently or intentionally? Intentionally
that he
walked
would do
all
it
over the.
intentionally.
I know, but like, what if? If he did
Well,
that,
if he
would you
did
still
it
support him? Yeah.
intentionally, I think it would depend on the circumstance, like what the
Why?
problem or situation was.
If he's doing it intentionally, why does the circumstance matter? Because you can't just say,
Because,
"Oh, well,
like,
what if
where
I
his
agree with it in
mind
that
is at,
circumstance?"
because people can like mean good intentions.
Oh, okay, all right, but I don't think that the intentions change the outcome. All right.
Yeah, but he could like mean it in like the best way possible, and then everyone's.
But it doesn't.
taking
But it doesn't
like,
matter
really-
because he's still like walking all over the law and the Constitution.
Well, like which part?
Article 1, Article 2. Let's see here. Amendment 1, Amendment 2, Amendment 4, Amendment
And then
10.
what'd he do?
Amendment 5, Amendment 14, Amendment 22, Article 3.
Oh, you remembered this. You like
Yes.
listed them and like remembered all of them.
So Article 1, that's the first big mess. He said if Congress doesn't pass voter ID laws, he's going to do it anyways. So he's basically saying that he could assume
Yeah,
the
but
power
then
of
doesn't
Congress.
SCOTUS like shoot it down though?
One moment. He's saying that he could assume the power of Congress to pass law. No, he can't. That's in violation of Article 1 and 2. He also said that he wants to nationalize the midterm elections in blue states, saying that he wants to be able to take the power away from the states to run their elections. He wants the federal government to go in there and run the elections. No, he can't. That's in violation of Article 2. Okay? He said that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. No, the fuck it's not. That's in violation of Amendment
Oh my
1.
gosh, he like meant that as a joke. That one wasn't real.
How do you know when he's joking, and how do you know when he's telling the truth?
Well, you just can't take everything so seriously.
I know, but how do you know
when?
when how do you determine when to not take him seriously?
Like, I think you can tell behind the demeanor,
But like how?
like facial, like how you can tell when someone's joking.
But like how?
And some
Like, be
people
more
are
specific.
like, oh, like when someone makes a joke, you know.
But like how? But how do you know that he was joking when he said it's now illegal to criticize him in the media?
Because you could tell, because wasn't that, yeah, it was a tweet or whatever.
No, he said this publicly in
I don't
front of a
know.
camera in the Oval Office when being interviewed by journalists in his official duties and powers as the President of the United States of America.
Oh, I don't remember how it went.
It obviously wasn't a joke. Okay?
Oh, no, he said it should. I do remember. He said it should be illegal. He didn't say that it is. So, no, he was just saying that. And then
No, he
just
said
because he was salty.
he said even if he said it should, that actually wouldn't change anything about my argument here. And then B,
And
he
he was
did
just
say
being
it is.
salty 'cause people
He said,
were making up
in my
stuff."
opinion, it is my opinion. He said, in my
See, it's an
opinion, it is
opinion.
illegal to criticize him in the media.
See, it's an opinion.
Right. I don't care if that's the opinion of some random fucking dude on the street. I do care if that's the opinion of the most powerful man in the world and the current president of the country.
Yeah,
Like,
but
think
that's
about
just
it.
his own personal opinion.
I know, but like, that's an opinion that a president can't have, full stop. An opinion, like, the president can't have the opinion that the First Amendment is meaningless.
Anyone else would be mad too if people were doing all this stuff and like saying all this, trying to create like drama. and
Was it
all this
also just his
coverage.
opinion that like the Democrats in Congress should be literally executed?
Oh my gosh, he didn't say that.
Oh yeah, no, he did.
No, he didn't. I remember this. No,
Yeah, he
it
said
was a
what they did
tweet
was
and he
seditious,
reposted it.
and then he said that
Oh my gosh.
sedition was punishable by death, and then he reposted something that said hang them.
Exactly, it was a repost,
Though
and he didn't actually say that.
reposting that is agreeing with it and amplifying it, and B, that repost was combined with the two personal tweets where he personally said that what they did was
But
punishable
he's
by execution.
always on that like thing, like
Is that also a
Twitter or
joke?
whatever. Yeah, all his whole.
Oh, that's
Twitter
also
is,
so. I
like,
just want to
literally
clarify.
just
I just
trying-
want to clarify. He was also joking when he called for their execution, right?
Okay, he didn't say that though.
Oh, he did.
Reposted.
I just
something.
no. I just told you. First and foremost, the repost was agreeing and amplifying, and then B, that repost was comprised and combined with this two personal posts where he personally said in his own words, in his own tweet, that what they did was punishable by death.
But also, like,
So was he joking when he called for their execution?
His tweets or whatever aren't real. Like, they're not.
Can you answer my question? Was he joking when he called for their execution?
Probably him.
Okay. So let me get this straight.
Crazy.
Let me get this straight. He was joking when he said that, in his opinion, it's illegal to criticize him in the media. He was joking when he called for the execution of his political opponent.
Well, he wasn't serious.
Another thing, was he joking when he posted that very racist depiction of Barack and Michelle Obama as monkeys, as apes, as gorillas?
Oh, I saw that, and that also wasn't even him.
Oh, who was it? Because according to him, it's only him and then one top senior advisor who had access to that account. And during that same hour when he posted the depiction of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes,
apparently it was
he also
like all
posted
the way
6
at
other
the
posts,
bottom
including...
of a tweet. So apparently it was like something that was all the way at the bottom, so it wasn't even him.
So because it was at the end of the video he posted, it wasn't him. What do you mean?
No, like it was at the end of the tweet and everything. Like that wasn't him.
Yeah, but it was still in the tweet, right?
But not his tweet.
Yeah, his tweet. Yes, his tweet is at the end. It was at the end of his tweet.
Yeah, it was at the end. Like it wasn't like not part of his or whatever.
So because he only like characterized black people's apes at the end of a tweet compared to
he
at the
didn't
beginning
do
of it?
that.
So because he only characterized black people's monkeys at the end of his tweet, therefore he didn't do it. I'm not following.
No,
that
he
argument
did
makes,
not
no
characterize them. He didn't do that.
Then who did? I'm sorry. It was posted on his account, right? You know that, correct?
Yeah, but he doesn't control everything on his account.
Okay, well, I do think that he controlled it this night. A, I understand that the White House came out and blamed it on a random staffer. I call bullshit. I don't believe them. I call bullshit. I don't believe them because B...
Dude, that's you. That's your personal opinion.
Let me tell you why. Because we never learned who that random staffer was. They never fired that random staffer. And then B, during that same... Shut up. During that... Please. Thank you.
No.
Sorry. Oh, calm down. Thank you. So during that same hour... So during that same hour that he posted the racist depiction of Barack and Michelle Obama's monkeys, all right, he also posted 60 other things, including memes of dogs eating fucking whipped cream out of cups. Like, do you really think he's just going to give some random person access to his personal account to like post random memes of dogs eating whipped cream out of cups?
Yes.
Okay, insane. Well, he said that he actually sent the video to the staffer to post. So what fucking now, Isabella?
See, sometimes literally it's the staffer. See, sometimes
no, but he said
and sometimes
that
he won't
sent.
be doing
He
it.
said that he sent the video to the staffer to post on his behalf.
Yeah, so
He sent the video to the staffer. Yes. No, the video of Barack and Michelle Obama.
How do you what? Where do you say that?
He said that on Air Force One. She was removed due to violations of community guidelines, probably an age ban. Because she like looks young, TikTok probably banned her for looking under the age of 18, and now she can't go into live for like months. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says homegirl doesn't care about men abusing women. Why should we care? She cares about Trump abusing power. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Amanda. Mad Daddy, I appreciate you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Says I agree with the caller. Everything that comes out of Trump's mouth is a big fucking joke. Dead ass. Linda, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Linda. Show some love to Linda down below in that comment section. Thank you. Show some love to Linda down below, y'all. Linda with the 25 says MAGA's refusal to declare a red line at pedophilia and murder makes me believe in evil. Only explanation is that it makes sense these days. Love you, Dean, for calling it out. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $25, Linda. And I agree, bro. I agree. It's fucking insane. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy shit. Jasmine with a 50 says, hey, Dean, can you say hi to my boyfriend Ian, please? We watch your debates every night and love what you're doing. Keep up the good work. Ian and Jasmine, hi, guys. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. That is so insane. Huge shout out to Jasmine and Ian. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Same thing to Amanda. Thank you for the $20. She says, the irony of her not believing the victim, quote unquote, because she didn't make a big enough deal about it. I'm sure she also doesn't believe E. Jean Carroll, who did. Right? No, she doesn't believe E. Jean Carroll. Valerie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. He says, I find it astonishing that MAGA thinks quote unquote soy boy is a roast, but say nothing on the grotesque eating habits of their orange blooded POS. What is claimed they are dining on in the Epstein filed surely has driven me to plant-based over cruelty. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Valerie. Same thing to M. Rose. Thank you for the $20, who says, it is so scary that Trump supporters are so stupid it's hard to tell if they're a troll or just MAGA. I know, right? Thank you for the $20. Jenna, thank you for the $10. She says, this guest sounds like an annoying parrot that keeps on repeating. Lake, thank you for the $10. Who says, Parker telling Bob and Mary Lou that they're immature is absolutely glorious today. Tell him I said thank you. I haven't watched his appearance on the Necessary Conversation yet. Should I? The Only, thank you so much for the $12 over on Venmo. Says, talk about the Trumpstein files. We've actually talked about them a bit today. And we're all caught up over on Vim. I appreciate y'all for the love. Couple people to thank over on YouTube. RMH, thank you for the $10. And thank you so much for the love. And I'm sorry to hear about your rough week, man, but I'm happy that live stream serves as a good distraction. A couple people I'd like to thank over on PayPal real quick. Thank you so much for the $50, Lewis. Thank you so much for the love, Lewis. I want to see 500 Lewis W's. He says soy milk is a nutrient-dense plant-based beverage rich in complete protein. Thank you so much for the love, Lewis. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, Philip, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for that love, Philip. Same thing with you, Rebecca. And then Colleen, thank you so much for the $20. She says, cannot listen to any more women stand up for that disgusting man. I know, right? Patrick, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Patrick down below. And then Jesse, thank you so much for the 64 Canadian dollars over on PayPal. Y'all are, oh my God. Jesse with his 64 Canadian dollars says, here's another fake donation for the grift. Your intelligence scares the piss out of your maggot guesses. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate you so much for that love, Jesse. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Corey, I appreciate you for the $10 who says, do not read. Well, I appreciate you so much, man. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are based, quite frankly. And folks, I'm not going to lie. I'm tired. I'm really tired. I've been doing this for the last 4.5 hours. I'm going to go and hop off at this point. But lucky for y'all, there's still another 4 to 6 hours of debates going y'all's way. If you still want to listen to some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. He's going to be running debates for the next good bit. Yeah, I love and appreciate you all. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub over on YouTube. Peace and love, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Bye, YouTube.